Oh shit, I need to open this up real quick. Hello, Splinters. Ugh. And some nice happy music for definitely not bad stuff. Finally. Yeah, happy Saturday now. Nice pleasant Saturday. We could use it. We could use a nice pleasant one. Ugh. Okay. So when last we left off, Nelly's been trying to get over Mel. And Mel's been trying to get used to his new life here. And Giselle and Michel are starting their cafe with Maria. But that's in the future. This is in the past. I don't know why this is in the past, but that's where we're at. Now we're in England. Oh, one sec. Okay. A Mel's space. Ugh. Right, oh yeah, Nelly made him a bunch of sweets in the morning, which, oof, Nelly, why? Why must you be like this? My mind would have preferred to believe this a continuation of my nightmare, rather than accept the dizzying saccharine fog hanging in the living room as reality.
Diabetes? What are you, 40? Give it a try. I promise you'll love it. Here, open up.
I think that was her thing. I'll eat it. Just please don't try to feed it to me. I do enjoy spending time with her, but my body is gonna revolt if we don't start eating a little better. Ever so slowly, I carried a forkful into my mouth and was practically knocked out cold by an onslaught of sugary violence. It was so intense, I wanted to munch on a salt lick just to counter the sweetness. After forcing myself through one chocolate death cake, Nelly giddily announced that I was welcome to as many more as I wanted. I politely turned her down. Oof, I feel for you, Mel.
So, what do you want to do today?
Study. Nelly looked up at me with a glimmer in her eyes. It was Sunday and we had nothing scheduled for the day. I think we should go outside today.
Yeah, we did spend all day yesterday watching TV. So where do you want to go? The zoo? A theme park? Shopping?
Let's go to the grocery store. We need food for proper meals and some stuff for around the house. And then we should do some cleaning.
You're joking. Why would I waste this fabulous week without Mum doing boring old housework? And what's wrong with ordering pizza every day?
As long as you accept the risk that you might not be able to fit into your clothes by the end of the week.
Fine, you win. We're going grocery shopping. But after that, we can do something fun, right?
After that, we'll do homework.
Seriously?
We have school tomorrow, Nellie, and you haven't touched your weekend homework, have you?
But hold on, this is a special occasion. No one's going to get mad if we take a couple of days off after your big move.
I will. You need to do your homework, and if you don't, I won't spend any time with you next weekend. Hi, Toast. Good morning. Or afternoon, technically, but you know.
You're such a bully, Mel.
I know, he's resolving his own issue just like this. Conversations like these make me feel like I'm dealing with a sister much younger than me, not only 3 years.
Okay then, how about this? You help me with my homework. That'll get me to do it.
I'd be happy to. Now, let's get ready to go. Time has no meaning, exactly. Except, you know, when you have things to do, which I don't, so technically yes. With our plan finally hammered out, we headed to a nearby grocery store. As we perused the store, I had to fend off Nellie trying to throw every kind of junk food imaginable in the cart. And even when she chose items we did need, she always seemed to select the most expensive variety. I wish she would be more conscientious of the fact that we had a budget to maintain. When I asked if this was how she always shopped, she said that no, today was a special occasion. Apparently, she wanted a taste of a noble's lifestyle, which got a stifled chuckle out of me when she said it. Somehow, I don't think actual nobles spend much time in a grocery store. And formalities aside, she had essentially lived like nobility her whole life, want for nothing. Every time she said or did something oblivious to the concept of money, it was like a punch to my gut. But I did my best to feign my amusement, just laughing along with her. When we returned home, we split the chores between the two of us. Nellie, however, didn't seem to have much experience doing work around the house. I had to step in to stop her from putting way too much detergent in the washing machine, and then again from mixing chemicals that would create a noxious gas when combined. All in all, it was a minor disaster, and I ended up doing more work than if I handled it all by myself. But the excitement was also strangely enjoyable. And she did listen attentively when I told her what she was doing wrong. Before her mum left, as she was heading out the door, she leaned in and whispered to me, "I hope Nellie's not too much of a handful. She can be very inconsiderate and a bit of a brat sometimes." And while she was indeed a bit self-absorbed, Nellie was a pleasant ball of joy most of the time. Maybe she was only bratty to her mother. That makes sense. It wasn't hard to imagine Nellie pushing back against every little thing if her mother was constantly in her hair, which was the impression I had of them. That degree of attention was proof of how much she loved her daughter, but a girl Nellie's age might not see it the same way. I was able to make that observation mostly because I didn't have a nagging parent in my life, and the one I had being a guy might have contributed as well. Though he always felt like less a parent and more a roommate, which I guess was because he usually seemed more concerned about his ex-wife than me. In fact, I frequently got the impression he was just using my presence as a way to convince her to let him see her again. Dad did also make an effort to raise me as best he could, so I wasn't going to accuse him of neglect or anything. But there was still a constant sense that I was not very high on his or anyone's priority list. For Dad, his ex-wife was the most important person in his life. For her, my mum, Nellie was. Which left no one to have me at the top of their list. Except Nellie. Nellie's face flashed through my mind. Did I think she would be willing to love me most? That was a lot to hope for of a sister who barely knew me.
I don't get any of it. I'm tired. I need a break. I need sugar to recharge my brain.
It hasn't even been half an hour since we started, Nellie. And did you forget how much sugar you had this morning? You're saying you need more?
I always have room for sweets. Mum gets upset at me if I eat too much, so I keep a stash hidden in my room where she can't find it.
Nellie rifled through her desk drawer, pulling out a tin of cookies. I was impressed she didn't put on more weight with how much she snacked. Or maybe she was small because snacking was all she did. Either way, it was my first time in Nellie's room. There was a lot to take in. More stuffed animals than I could count, photos of musicians plastered the walls, stacks of CDs, a stockpile of makeup, books. Oh, hey, that book's being turned into a TV show, isn't it? The girls in my class were really excited about it. Have you already read it?
You bet I have! It's super popular right now. I'd be left out if I didn't know what everyone was talking about.
Oh, wow. Being a girl sounds complicated. So, what's it about?
It's about an ensemble cast of teens, everyone with their own problems they're trying to deal with. It's super relatable.
Wow. Want to describe every other teen show?
And in the newest book, there's this huge bombshell about my favorite girl. Turns out the guy she likes is actually her blood related.
What's the matter, Nellie?
Oh, nothing. Just got me thinking about it again.
Oh, anyway. Sounds like that girl has it pretty rough, huh? She could probably work through almost anything else, but there's not much she can do but let go of that blood related.
Is there really nothing they could do? Couldn't they maybe elope to somewhere no one knows them?
That's not a practical solution. Doesn't matter if no one knows them. They're still related. Nothing can change that. Maybe you can brush a lot of that under the rug in fiction. Just send them off, say they lived happily ever after, and end it there. In the real world, their lives don't stop there. You can't slap a happily ever after over the fundamental problem. If she wants to live a happy, fulfilling life in our modern-day society, her best option is to just let go and find someone else. Nellie? Oh, but it's a story, not real life. So they definitely get together in that context.
Yeah, you can do that in stories.
I'm probably overthinking it, but does Nellie? I considered myself fairly inept at reading people, but Nellie was so blatant about it even someone as dense as me could pick up on the signals. No, don't be stupid. I'm her brother, for goodness sake, and she knows that as well as me. Yeah, I'm reading too much into it. I have to be. I could only see Nellie as a sister, nothing more. It was true I had taken a minor interest in her before we properly met. That was only because, as I told her, I felt as though we'd met somewhere before. Which, in retrospect, was probably because I subconsciously recognized her as family. I was curious about her because she was my sister. What about her? Nellie has no memory of me at all. She was still a baby when our parents split up. She couldn't possibly have recognized me, even unconsciously. It'd be harder for her to recategorize me from boy she knows to older brother. Could my moving in feel to her like any older guy suddenly intruded on her space? Regardless of how it felt, though, they were still siblings. Nothing could sever the blood that bound us. Even if she did, by some impossible chance, have non-sisterly feelings for me now, they would surely fade in time. At worst, it would be nothing more than a fleeting adoration. She would sort through whatever she was feeling soon enough, and that would be the end of that. There are billions of other men in the world, after all. Regardless, it would probably be smart to keep some distance until that happened. At first, I thought it best to try and break the ice as quickly as possible, since we'd be family our whole lives, but there was a definite possibility that doing so would only make things worse. Obviously, though, it'd be preferable if I were overthinking the whole thing. No, keep thinking. Keep thinking and keep that distance. Why don't we get back to work, Nelly? I'd like to get a good stopping point so I can head back to my room and handle my own homework in peace and quiet.
What? Just do it here. I can be quiet for you, promise.
It's nothing you did, don't worry. I just have trouble concentrating when there are other people around. You understand, right?
Yeah, sure. I understand. The work you're doing is much more advanced than anything of mine. I'll stay out of your hair today, but we should still have supper together.
Yeah, we can do that. Oh no, we're gonna have another nightmare. We spent most of the day in our own rooms, a drastic departure from yesterday. Felt kind of bad about lying to Nelly, knowing how excited she was to have me around. What I'd said about not being able to concentrate with other people around was just an excuse to get some alone time. Then again, having a little space was probably normal for kids our age, certainly more so than being attached at the hip. And if Nelly's feelings for me did extend beyond simple familial love, I wanted to keep a nice, safe distance. That was just something I wasn't equipped to deal with. I don't think anyone is. A question flooded through my mind. What did I feel about her? She was a sweet girl, there was no denying that. I was glad to have her as my sister, and that was true as well. And frankly, I enjoyed the affection, which is why I wanted it to stay squarely in the brother-sister category. The question was that everything? Was there nothing else to my feelings for her? Deep down in my gut, something told me that wasn't the case. There was some crucial piece missing. Like a vow of some sort. But what could it be? When could I have made a vow to her? At what point in my life was there even a room for such a significant exchange to have taken place? None, as far as I was aware. The next day, we had school. We took the same bus from home and then split up part way. That didn't stop her from texting me like crazy. I must have had to pull my phone out between every single class. Because by the end of the day, I'd lost track of how many people had asked if I'd gotten a girlfriend. Hopefully that would also settle down over time. I wondered how she would have been if our parents hadn't split up. If we'd grown up together, would she be less clingy? Would she hate me like other girls her age hated their older brothers? Had we just not been together long enough for her to find anything she disliked about me yet? Probably. Something told me she wouldn't be any different, even without those 14 years apart. Was I letting the attention get to my head, though? Or was that just what I wanted to believe? That there was someone who would love me unconditionally? That it would be a pure familial kind of love, with none of the messiness inherited in the romantic kind? Was I just trying to project that fairy tale ideal onto my sister? Because if that was what I was doing, then I really was the worst kind of human scum. It would mean that I wanted her affection, but only if it was safe and utterly detached from the person giving it. You just want a sibling. Oh, this is Nelly now. Can you just, like, change the color boxes to, like, I don't know, different stuff so it's easier for me? Or, like, change the insignia so I know who's thinking stuff? He's just like, oh heck, my dad never really loved me. And my mother doesn't either. It's so weird having someone that does care about me. Although, to be fair, he is right about the whole, you know, It'll go away soon. Nellie's working on it, I believe.
It was a Friday night, almost a week since Mel had moved in. Mum and Mel's dad would be coming back from their vacation tomorrow, meaning this was the last night I would have alone with him. So, if possible, I wanted to spend as much of it I could with him, but he'd been strangely distant these past few days. He wasn't being mean to me or anything, and we still made and ate supper together all week. It was lots of fun and all, but it wasn't enough. I wanted to spend all day with him, like we did his first day here. Was that asking too much? Was I being too clingy and scared him off? Or was this how siblings were supposed to be? Today, like every other day of this week, we had supper together, and then spent the rest of the evening isolated in our rooms. Most nights I was able to enjoy myself alone just fine, but emptiness won out tonight. Watching videos on my phone, reading the latest big hit book, listening to my favorite albums, I tried everything. None of it was any fun.
You should get into video games, I'm just saying.
Maybe. I'll check up on him, see if he wants to have a snack break, just something nice and casual to not put any pressure on him. That much should be okay, right? I'd done my best all week to not be overly clingy with him. So I'd pretty much earned this last night together, hadn't I?
No, not cry. Discover Dodger so she can get into those hot Bishi boy dating novels. And then she'd be like, ooh, these Tooties boys are pretty cute too. And then that'll be a whole new crisis for her to deal with.
How many times do I have to tell you no? I hear talking. Maybe he's on the phone with someone. It's rude to eavesdrop, so... I'll play along with this little family farce for a year, but no longer. As soon as I turn 18, I'm out of here, and that's that. What? I'm being self-centered? And you think you're not, Dad? I did everything you asked. The least you could do is let me have this. And anyway... You're not really leaving, are you, Mel? And after we finally got this chance to live together, too. What do you mean, family farce? Nellie? Wait, hold on. Slow down. I have to go, Dad. We can talk about this later. Well, this is awkward. All the conversations you could have walked in on. You know, it's impolite to eavesdrop, Nellie. I know, and I'm sorry. I heard you shouting and I just couldn't. So anyway, what was that about? Tell me, Mel. Oh, nothing much, really. You know how at first you weren't exactly thrilled about having your family situation suddenly turned upside down? Well, I was the same. But you sounded fine about it then. Why didn't you object with me if you weren't happy about it either? I wasn't against them getting remarried. In fact, I wanted them to. I wasn't about to fight it and risk causing a mess of my plans to move out and go to university next year. Then why did you call it a farce? You're not making one bit of sense, Mel. I'm not. I think most people would understand where I'm coming from with a little thought. I suppose maybe you wouldn't. Considering you grew up with everything you could possibly want. Why do you sound so bitter? You're not the kind of guy to get worked up like that, Mel. I'm not, am I? You've known me for exactly a week and you've seen every side of me now, have you? Just like I've seen every side of you, right? Well, I'll have you know I'm actually quite petty and cynical and full of self-loathing. I just kept it hidden away around you. Did
you never once stop to consider who was paying the mortgage on this house way too big for the two of you? Did you never wonder who was paying for your clothes and groceries? Or where your allowance came from? Or how you could afford to go on vacation to Paris? Did it ever occur to you that your mum's job alone wasn't enough to cover all that? Though I guess you don't have to worry about money if you're not struggling for it, huh? Well, all of that was child support from my dad. There's no point in hiding it anymore. The first thing I thought when stepped into this house was, wow, they sure do have it easy. I was more than a little bitter seeing you and your mum living luxuriously, while I only have to have the bare minimum. You could even say it made me angry. That's what was hiding behind every smile. And there's your mum, who's my mum as well, and yet she...
I'm really sorry. I didn't consider any of that. I'm so sorry.
No, you don't have to apologize for anything. You're not to blame for anything, and I realize that. I was just taking out my frustrations on you, and for that I'm sorry. I'd even feel worse if you had to grow up in the same conditions as me. That's why I want to spend as little time here as I can. Seeing your mum with my dad, it's too much for me.
I get why you're not happy about it, but I still wish you'd stay. You're more dear to me than anyone in the world, Mel. I don't want to have to be away from you.
More than anyone in the world after only a week? Huh, it sure doesn't take much to earn your top spot, huh?
No, that's not true at all. It's more than that. It's so much more than that.
Your affection flatters me, but it's a fleeting thing, I promise. Before the year's over, you'll be the one asking me to leave. Every day I'm here is a day you can't live as comfortably as before.
I will not. You're more important to me than a fancy lifestyle. My dearest Mel, I don't need nice clothes or sweets or anything else.
Oh shit, she said it.
The only thing I need in my world is you, dearest Mel.
Huh? Dearest Mel? You've never called me that before. It sounds like something you'd hear in a historical novel.
I'm not sure where it came from either. I just said it without thinking. Please don't think I'm crazy.
Not crazy, maybe a little weird. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at you. As hammy as the name sounds, it's also kind of... I don't know. There's something strangely familiar about it. Which I guess makes me weird too. But thanks to all this weirdness, I've managed to cool down. And while I'm being honest with you, Nellie, I kinda wish you had turned out to be unpleasant.
Huh? Unpleasant? Why?
Because then I could push you away until I left and not have to feel guilty about it. See? Like I said, I'm anything but a good guy. Now, this discussion's over. Sorry for all the grief I've caused you. We should get some sleep. My dad and your mum will be back tomorrow. They'll want us to greet them with a smile. I'll play along with their family facade for the next year and do my best not to make any waves. So don't worry. Good night, Nellie. Go on back to your room.
Good night, Mel. So it was all just me getting myself excited over nothing. If I'd stopped to think about it, maybe I would have realized we were really well off for single mum and daughter. Mel works part-time and the only reason he had that Paris vacation was by chance. He's way better at housework than me too. And while I'm being honest, Nellie, I kinda wish you turned out to be unpleasant. Because then I could push you away until I left and not have to feel guilty about it. Like I said, I'm anything but a good guy.
Guy.
Mel wishes he could hate me, doesn't he? If he could, it would make the next year so much easier for him. But I love him too much to act in a way that would make him not like me. Wait, there is one thing I could do to make him hate me.
No!
And also not back down on my love.
What?
A hazy feeling lurked deep down. That a very long time ago, I'd been driven to do something unthinkable. Not caring whether or not it made them hate me, whether or not it destroyed everything I had. And what's stopping me from doing the same now? It was all doomed from the beginning. Nothing could make us not family. Nothing could stop him from leaving. And trying to keep my love bottled up was only going to make me miserable. He thought we'd only been together for a week, that my feelings for him were fleeting. That couldn't be further from the truth. I'd had my eye on him forever. Maybe this made me sound like I watched too much TV, but I was certain that if we had been together in a previous life, I would have loved him then too. No ifs. We were and I did. I was positive. That was the only way to explain why I loved him so dearly now. Nothing else made sense.
Oh no, I'm worried. No, Nellie.
Late that night, I snuck into Mel's room. I could see his chest gently moving up and down as he slept. Which reminded me, early in the week he'd been boasting about how deep a sleeper he was. I was kind of jealous. I had trouble sleeping any time I had something on my mind. Tonight was a lost cause no matter how it went.
God damn it, Flint. Like the boots thing.
Mel, my Mel, I love you from the bottom of my heart, so please sleep as deeply as you say. I prayed for this dream to last just a little bit longer. Even a few short minutes with Mel as mine would be enough. I would savor every last moment I could get. Because when he woke, the spell would break, everything would come crashing down. Huh? What? Something tickles.
God damn it, history repeats! Nellie!
Nellie, what do you think you're doing? Did you just... I did. I kissed you, Mel.
At least there's no whitehead girl. Yeah, it makes it a little bit... No, it doesn't.
Maybe you realized it already. But I love you, Mel. Not as siblings. In a romantic way. What? Why would you tell me that after today? Because I'd rather destroy my relationship with you than to pretend to be family. It would be painful enough living with these feelings as a normal brother and sister, but you won't even give me that. To you, it's all a farce. That's too much for me to take. Not only can I not love you how I want, I don't even get to have a real sibling relationship with you. I'm letting it all out now. I love you, Mel. You realize what you're saying, right? We're blood related, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You can't kiss your brother on the lips, it's wrong. You don't have to tell me. I know exactly how wrong what I'm doing is. I know that. By doing this, we won't even be able to live as fake family. And even then, I couldn't stop myself. My love isn't fleeting. It's not something I hand out to just anyone. It's so intense I would be willing to die for you right here and now. That's how much I love you, Mel. How much I've always loved you. So why? Why do you have to be my brother? Why am I never allowed to be happy?
Nellie, wait,
All I want from you right now, Mel, is one of two things. Accept my love, or reject me in a way so cruel I'll never be able to love you again. Please, Mel, one or the other.
I'm sorry, I can't do either.
Somewhere, some part of me knew that was what he would say. He was too kind-hearted to force himself to be cruel to me. And obviously he could never accept my love either. I could see in his eyes there was more to his words. Vivi. A distinct fear he was trying his best to conceal. Perhaps it was closer to disgust. This was no surprise to me either. He only saw me as a sister, so of course my love would gross him out. Even if he didn't have any attachment to this family itself, I would never be a potential love interest for him. Any normal person would be turned off immediately by an advance from a family member. I knew how he would react before I stepped through the door. That was the goal. I was here to destroy everything. That would be better than keeping him so close but forever out of reach. I knew what the consequences would be. But knowing and experiencing are two very different things. Seeing his eyes go wide in surprise and his lips contort with disgust was like 1,000 knives to my heart. It hurt. My heart was in agony. Blood seeped from countless gaping wounds. My whole heart spilled forth and I could do nothing to hold it back. Tears spilled forth and I could do nothing to hold them back.
Nellie, come back.
What are you crying for, stupid? You know this was how it would go. This is what you were trying to do. This is what you wanted. So why? Why does it hurt so much?
It all happened so quickly, I didn't have time to process it. Cold sweat streamed down my back. One thing was clear, though, even though the heavy fog in my mind, or even through it, I'd made a terrible mistake. It was stupid for me to tell her I couldn't pick either option. I should have chosen one or the other. I still didn't know which one was the right answer. I mean, obviously I couldn't accept her love. So did that mean I should have cruelly rejected her instead? Kicked her to the ground and called her every horrible name I could think of? I could never. You did before.
You called her disgusting. You pushed her away. You were a terrible brother and person.
Could I really never bring myself to do that? I mean, I was hardly a saint. If she had gone just a bit further, I probably would have lashed back in a really ugly way. The biggest reason I hadn't was because I didn't want to make myself into the bad guy. Once again, I'm only thinking of myself. Damn it, I have to go after Nellie. I Tried to get up and out of the bed, but my legs had turned to jelly. How pathetic. I had nothing to be afraid of, yet here I was, unable to move. Panic slowly welled in my gut, crawling up into my chest, my throat, my skull. What would I even say if I caught up to her? But I want to tell her. The coward inside me whispered, just let her be. I was only going to be living here for a year anyway. This way I could leave with no attachments, no regrets. This way she could give up on me for good, keep her distance. It would be best for both of us. It would be easiest for both of us. That was what had motivated her as well, wasn't it? Yeah, staying put would be easier in the long run. It would mean no more uncomfortable conflicts. And the door, it was so far away. There was no one who could go and bring her back. Not anymore. I didn't even know what I was supposed to say if I did. So why bother, just... Is this other Mel? Is this Mel from the past telling him to do something? Don't look away. Someone's voice rang out. No, not someone's. I knew that voice very well, because it was my own. The shout rang strong in my mind, cutting through the thick fog that was my hesitation. The boy who had made a vow shouted with all his might, shoving aside the coward who chose to close his eyes. Don't turn your back, Mel. Stop running from your problems. However mundane your life may be, you will at some point come up against a life-changing decision, and it may seem like an insurmountable wall to you, but no matter how difficult it is to make a choice, turning your back on it is one choice you must never make. As you swore you never could, that you would be stronger to the man who offered you redemption. I had no memory of that, any of it. Somewhere deep, deep within me, my soul, if you could call it that, I was crying furiously at myself. You must never forget that vow. Right. That's right. I made a vow to him. I swore it on my very soul. Oh, he's remembering Misha! Nelly. I made a mad dash from my room, not even bothering to change into real clothes. My legs were still trembling mess, and my head was empty as ever. I had no plan, nothing prepared to say to her. There was no time to think about that. All I could do was go after her. I'd made the wrong decision once. There was still time to turn back onto the right course. And if I waited any longer, I would miss that chance too. Nelly.
What are you doing, you dear Mel?
Nelly, there's something I need to tell you. I don't know what the right words are, I just have to tell you. I don't know how much I'll even be able to get across, but I want you to know how I feel too. What I think too.
Don't bother, Mel. I know exactly how you feel. You made it perfectly clear how much you can't stand me. You didn't even have to put it into words.
No, that's not it at all. Please, at least hear me out before deciding how I feel, Nelly. You laid everything bare for me, so I feel like I have to do the same in return. The truth is, I'm not a pleasant or a likable guy. I'm the one who deserves your scorn, not the other way around. Once you learn what I really am, you'll want nothing to do with me. Everything I've done has been for my own sake. I don't smile because I'm a nice person. I do it to avoid conflict, to keep myself from getting hurt.
Don't say that about yourself. You've always been super nice to me. You're wonderful, like a real-life prince.
I were really a prince, I would have come after you right away. In fact, I wouldn't have made you cry like that in the first place. I'm a sad, weak-willed child. I'm constantly concerned about what other people think. I'm always trying to make myself look good. To tell you the truth, it felt really nice seeing how much you liked me. It also terrified me because siblings aren't allowed to share that kind of affection in our society. I wanted to suppress that affection to a level that was safe for me, but without losing it entirely. I didn't think 1 second about what that meant for you. I was focused entirely on myself. I was so scared to face it head on, to risk fighting with you over it, that it took this long to bring myself to go after you.
If you were so scared to, why did you come for me?
Because I want to grow out of being so weak-willed. No one can go through life without conflict. It's just not possible. I mean, look at us. We're at a huge fork in the road ourselves. I realized if I didn't correct my mistake now, it would have consequences that would last the rest of our lives. And I would lose you again. I don't know how to explain it, but something tells me this isn't the first time I've been at this crossroads. Nellie, I know my words probably don't mean much to you. I want you to know that I do care deeply about you. Or, well, I found it in myself to be able to care about you now. You've made it very, very painfully clear how much you care about me, and I have no reason to doubt your sincerity. It means a lot to me, but my love isn't romantic like yours. It's familial.
Even though you said the family thing was a farce?
Yeah, I called it that, but that's not how I actually feel. By telling myself it was all a fraud, I could get away with just playing a role and not worrying about whether anyone actually loved me. I was so afraid of getting hurt, of butting heads. I refused to think of it as real at all. See how much of a weasel I am? I, of all people, don't deserve to be called a prince. I'm constantly thinking about how I can avoid things, how I can make my life as easy and stress-free as possible. But I want to work on fixing that. All the while, and despite being the weasel I am, I want to ask you to remain as family. I want us to feel comfortable talking to each other about anything and everything. I want us to be equals, like your brother and sister should be. Is that an option, Nellie? Is that something we can strive for instead?
Yes! Yes, please!
Is it out of the question for us to just be supportive siblings? I can't accept your love, and I won't ever be able to either. But I can't bring myself to kick you to the curb either. I know it's still not either of the choices you gave me, but at least I think I'm prepared to not run from your feelings anymore. I promise to never disdain you for your love again. I'll never think it's gross or unpleasant again. I also want you to understand the way I care about you is not the way you care about me. I want you to be conscious of my feelings as well.
Oh.
You're my sister, the only one I have, and I want to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, to overcome whatever trials we may face together as siblings. Is that an acceptable compromise? I do still want to have you in my life. I realize how self-indulgent I'm being, and I'm sorry. I'm trying to have my cake and eat it too, asking you to stay in my life with one hand, and pushing your feelings aside with the other.
Yes, you are. You're only thinking about yourself again, dearest Mel. But still, it warms my heart to hear you say that.
Ellie.
I've never felt wanted by family before. And even if my love is doomed to wither away, being able to be with you with my feelings out in the open is like a huge weight off my shoulders. How funny is that? It's actually a big relief. I'm no less sad about it, of course. I'm just even more happy to know you understand how I feel now. I never once expected you to take it so well. I was sure my life would be over the moment you found out. It was almost like I already knew what would happen. That doesn't make any sense since this is my first time. But now, it feels like I've managed to face you head on, and my feelings for you, after messing up again and again.
Yeah, I get the same feeling, Nellie.
I'll stop pushing my perfect brother and prince ideals onto you. Just let you be yourself. Let me try that again. Mel. I'll stop pretending you're flawless and be there for you, to support you, as your sister.
And I, as inattentive and self-centered as I can be, will do the same for you as your brother.
Yeah, we'll be able to make it work and positive. I'll even do my best to be able to see you as my brother. It'll probably take some time, but I'm sure I can do it, so please, could you maybe reconsider leaving too? Let's all be a family together for real.
I will. I'll try to work things out with with Mum. I want to talk things through with my dad too.
Great!
Now that my nerves have relaxed a bit, my knees feel like they're gonna give out. It's not as dramatic as it sounds. I had to muster up a lot of courage to come see you.
I promise you, it took me way more courage than you, Mel.
You got me there. By the way, I think maybe it's time we headed back inside. We both came out here in the heat of the moment, I know, but you're not really dressed to be outside, Nellie.
Oh no, I completely forgot. No one saw us, did they?
I certainly hope not, at least. We did make a pretty big scene, so there's a chance a neighbor might comment on it. Let's just pray no one can make out anything we set out. Oh. Oop. Fortunately, no one had overheard our conversation, but rumors of the scene we made spread through the neighborhood almost immediately. People took the intensity of our clash as a sign of how close we were, which was far preferable to them knowing what we were fighting about. Certainly a worthwhile price to pay for not losing Nellie forever. A little humiliation would at least fade with time.
One sec, I got BRB. But this was such a good moment. I'm so glad.
This was what I wanted. I'm so happy. Alright, I'm back. Let me see. Aww. Oh, Octo. He did contact me earlier about a little something that I'm gonna be working on later on. So that's exciting too. I know, little working out stuff. Secret project, exactly. I've been working on it this afternoon, actually, and that's been taking my day up. Oh no, expectations. Shoot, what have I done? Anyway, let's not bring the hype up too much yet. I'm gonna continue this. Lower that hype level. But yeah, very excited for that. For me, at least. Also excited about these two sweet beings. No, Vivi! Heck! Spoilies! You probably can guess, yes.
But yeah.
I'm so excited. They solved all of their problems. Well, kind of. They're working on it. That's more than I can say for anything that's happened before with them. Nellie and I spent the following day, the last day of our parents' vacation, together cooking, cleaning, and watching TV. It was a lot like our first day together here. When our parents returned, they were visibly surprised at how close we appeared to be, though Mum was most taken aback by the fact that Nellie had actually done chores. Of course, she still acted as though Nellie was her only child, and I just tagged along when she remarried Dad. It was enough to make me question if I really was her biological son. Much as yesterday's conversation had helped me have a more positive outlook, obviously it wasn't going to magically fix all our family problems. It was slightly discouraging being treated as a second-class citizen, but knowing I at least had Nellie on my side, I was able to feel like I actually belonged somewhere for once. Yay! It's cool because I remember, like, these were their exact issues before, even though they did grow up together. So I wanted to return the favor by being genuine with her and moving past the empty kindness I had shown before. My goal was to stop running from every little bump in the road, which I had hoped would stop my problems from piling up into something insurmountable. We could work through things together now, the two of us. We wouldn't make mistakes we'd regret ever again. I wouldn't have to lose her again.
I think that covers the souvenirs. I'm really sorry for leaving you two behind.
Don't fret it. We kept ourselves plenty entertained back here.
Oh! Well, still, let's make the next family vacation. Oh, vacation, a family vacation. Let us know if you have anywhere you want to go, okay? We'll do whatever we can to make it happen.
Let me think about it. Oh, I know. I want to go to Paris again with Nellie. And thus began a new chapter in our lives. Ooh, I bet they'll go to Paris next year, and that's when we'll meet, like, everyone. Eee. I haven't had any more strange dreams, and I was never able to remember who I had made that vow to. Although my gut tells me that not remembering is for the best.
And we'll go to the new cafe!
Because they know Maria's number, so she'll probably tell them, hey, we own an actual good place now, so... You know. The nagging feeling in the back of my mind cleared up entirely. Nellie had apparently been experiencing the same inexplicable sensation. Like magic, hers vanished too as soon as she had faced up to her problems with me. Maybe there is something more between us, after all. Something in the distant past. Something significant enough that it etched itself into our souls. If souls even exist. Though it's not like we have any way of knowing. Honestly, looking forward is much more important than looking back. We've taken the first step towards becoming close siblings, but we still have plenty of work to keep it that way. After all, this new chapter in our lives is just that, a chapter. And the next one could just as easily turn down a dark path if we aren't careful. At least on that note, I feel like I'm speaking from experience. Though of what, I'll never know. Another day, another wide smile on her face. She's strong-willed, a little spoiled, and has an insatiable appetite for attention, and seems just a little more grown-up than before. She's my one and only sister, Nellie. And we're standing now, shoulder to shoulder, brother and sister, facing toward the future. My heart. I'm worried about the next two. I didn't actually think they'd go into the old problems, so that makes the next one a little worrying. Is what I thought, but apparently we're back with Maria, so... Ah, crap, yawning on the job again. I'm glad I have work and all, but geez, could this place be any more dead? Who knows how long I can even keep this gig? Maybe I should start looking for someplace new. Oh hey, a customer. Good afternoon. Oh! Aunt Pauline! Dead, you say? Ho-ho.
Hey, how's it going, Maria? She's so cute.
It's just her.
Hey, your best friend came to see you at work. Don't be such a Debbie Downer.
Yeah, no, you're not my best friend.
Now that hurts, Maria. We've known each other since we were kids. We even went on vacation overseas together. You don't get much better friends than that.
If that's all it takes, and I have a bunch of best friends.
But sure, whatever. You're my best friend, so you'll order lots of food and leave me a big fat tip, right? You're my best friend, so you'll give me something on the house, right?
Get your butt out of here. You don't order anything. You don't get to call yourself my friend. I ain't got no room for stingy rich girls.
I never said I wouldn't order anything. Just because my dad's got a cushy job doesn't mean I'm rich.
Like hell it doesn't. Your parents covered your half of our trip in March. And they're paying for you to study abroad. Here I am, slaving away after losing my last job, and you're here strutting around like royalty on an all-expense-paid study abroad. It's an injustice, I tell you. A damn injustice.
I'm sorry, I guess.
Your pity only pisses me off more.
Then what do you want from me?
I'll let you off with a cup of coffee for 100 euros.
Hey, Maria. I know how much you like to tell me I'm so naive and innocent. But even I know a cup of coffee only costs about 10 euros.
Sure, yes, absolutely. Only 10 euros. Yep, Pauline. Someone only goes to the fanciest shops around, huh? Here's your coffee.
And a ham sandwich for takeout, right? She finally gets to have ham sandwiches again. Ah! Yes, please. It's lovely outside, so I'm gonna have lunch in the park.
God, I wish I could spend my days off frolicking about in the sun and flowers.
Care to join me? You said the owner doesn't come check on you very often, right? He'll never know if you skipped out for an hour or so.
You do realize being closed during lunch hours defeats the whole purpose of a cafe, right?
But I'm the only one who ever comes during lunch hours.
Silencio! Not another word. I don't have time for you and your stupid logic, girl. You're not wrong. The place hardly even functions as a cafe most of the time. Which is exactly why I can't risk dragging it down anymore by closing during lunch hours.
You take your work pretty seriously for someone who looks like such a hooligan. You don't have to get so worked up about it. It's not even your cafe, Maria.
I'm sure not working myself up because I want to. I just have a bit of debt to the owner.
He was a customer at your last job, right?
Yep. When I was at the fashion boutique. He wasn't even a regular or anything, but he went to crazy lengths to help me out when he heard I was in a rough spot. I would have taken way longer for me to get started here if he hadn't handled a bunch of the paperwork and shit for me. Can't bring myself to half-ass the job, even if the owner himself just opened the place for kicks. There's something the owner's yak about.
I always thought it was strange how he wouldn't put any money into updating the decor, even though he's got plenty to spare.
All I know is he told me not to touch any of it. Probably keeps a bunch of memorabilia here or something.
It's a shame too, because you'd probably get lots of new customers if you just modernized the interior, make it into a cute, quiet little tucked-away cafe.
You're probably right. Maybe I'll suggest it once I get to know him a little better. It's not exactly the most fulfilling job as it is.
You should. Let me know when you do. I'll even lend a hand if the cafe gets too busy to handle by yourself. You're always there when I need someone to talk to, so to show my appreciation, I'll help you out with anything.
Oh, you'll do anything now, will you? How about working as a waitress and wearing a uniform of my choosing?
Oh, I've always wanted to try being a waitress. I'm sure whatever uniform you come up with will be lovely.
Oh.
Do you have any ideas yet?
A bunny suit.
A what now?
You'll be in a top cut so low your tits will falling out of the thing, but we'll be rolling so much frigging dough.
Get your mind out of the gutter! That's a different kind of restaurant!
I'm just teasing. About 10% anyway.
Don't even joke about that. I would never wear an outfit that revealing in public.
That means you will in private then. I bet you get that bunny suit real dirty when you wear it.
I've never worn one in my life.
We're best friends, right? You can tell me anything. Give me all the steamy deets.
I swear.
I'm making her into Nelly accidentally.
I swear, I've never worn one.
Oh, it's him. Seems I've arrived late and in the middle of something. Speak of the devil, it's the man who dresses his girl in a bunny suit himself.
For the last time, I've never worn a bunny suit in my life.
Maria's best girl, I can't convince me otherwise at this point. Maria's something. Best girl to me will always be Giselle. But Maria's pretty cool.
Thanks to Maria, I was beginning to develop a headache. That wouldn't stop me from enjoying my date with Yuki Masa. We had met about a month and a half earlier, around the end of April, not long after I moved to Paris for my immersive language study program. Maria was already living here by that point. One evening, she took me out to the bar.
I love how it's canon that she came from America to study the Frenches. The Frenchicles.
Prior to coming to Paris, Maria had worked at a fashion boutique in Milan, but things hadn't worked out there and she had to leave her job.
Wait. So Jacopo came to France? Wait, I'm just like assuming that he's that dude from that helped her out in her boutique. This is hilarious if he did, after all this shit he was talking about France and Michel in the other game. She's from America? She's not. I don't think she's from America. I like to believe that she is. She's technically Japanese, but don't worry about it.
The rest happened as she described it. On the other hand, I'd just fallen in love in Paris while on vacation, so I decided to move here to get to know it even better. Everything was so vibrant and exciting and shiny and wonderful. I'd never felt so immediately moved by anything in my life.
Same America's Phoenix Wright, exactly.
Maria probably thought I was just here to play around. She definitely made a few comments to that effect. Things like, what kind of starry-eyed idiot signs up for a language program after sightseeing trip? You're in way over your head, girl. But no matter what she said, I did have more of a reason than that. She probably wouldn't believe me if I told her. But ever since that trip, I had this weird nagging sensation in the back of my mind, telling me I needed to go back to Paris, that I had some kind of work to do there. Maybe it was all my imagination, and I really did just want to spend more time in the city.
I like how they all gravitate towards Paris too, because Paris, or France, I guess. Middle Ages and all that shit.
What if that did turn out to be it? So what? I wasn't hurting anyone by wanting to live in an area I really loved. Seemed like a perfectly fine reason to me. I didn't exactly have anything I wanted to accomplish while in France. But live a pleasant life was as honorable a goal as any, I thought. Noble ambitions are great and all if that's your thing, but it's by no means everyone's cup of tea. There are plenty of people like me who only wanted a nice, happy life. Then again, maybe being able to think like that at all was a blessing in itself. I'd grown up in a comfortable, well-off family, so I'd never had to worry about money. Maybe someone less fortunate than me wouldn't even be able to consider that same life. Putting it into perspective like that made me realize how sheltered I was. Which reminded me that once, long ago, I could hardly say when, Maria told me that my naivete would bite me in the butt one day. I thought I was putting in a good effort to be better about that, though. Anywho, back to how I met Yuki Masa. There's so many people. They're all speaking Frenchicles.
No shit, Sherlock, we're in France. And we went to bars together on our trip here. What the hell are you freaking out about now?
We only went to places popular with tourists then. Everyone was speaking English, not French. And when we had to use French, you handle everything, Maria, so I never actually had to use the language. But this time, I'll have to make my order in French by myself. Of course I'm gonna get nervous.
Yeah, that's kind of the whole point of an immersive language study program. You have to use the language or you'll never get any better at it. You should really be going out on your own and talking to people, without accompaniment.
I know, but still. Ugh, I envy you, Maria. You can speak well enough to work here.
Come on, girl. You've been studying the language too. I know you can do it if you just go out there and try.
Still.
Oh, for God's sake. Enough twiddling your thumbs in front of the door. In you go.
Oh, I'm going.
I believe in you, Pauline.
This is bad. Where did all those people around Maria come from? I wasn't in the ladies' room that long. Are they hitting on her? I know she can brush a few guys off without breaking a sweat, but... Oh, there's no way I'm getting through them. I guess I'll just watch from nearby and wait for my chance.
Excuse me, ma'am, may I?
What? If this is some lame pickup attempt, I'm not interested. Oh crap, I wasn't thinking and use English, not French. But he doesn't look like he's from around here either. There's a chance he understood, maybe.
I was hoping to pass so I could get to the restroom.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry.
Not at all.
I want to crawl into a hole and die. That made me sound all stuck up and full of myself. He seemed pretty upset too. He didn't even smile once.
No, that's just Yukimasa.
He's ridiculously imposing and kind of terrifying too, kind of like a serial killer. This place is a bust. We definitely shouldn't come back again. Huh, Maria's still off talking to strangers.
Excuse me, ma'am. May I?
Huh? Oh, what is it this time?
I was hoping to return to my seat, so if you could please let me pass. She's so into it. There's way too many pictures of, like, him in a muzzle and her just, like, holding his leash. And I'm like, what is this relationship supposed to be to everyone?
I'm still standing in the way. I'm so sorry. I swear I'll never do it again. Huh? Did I just hear him laugh? Was it me he was laughing at? How dare!
They did call her his... That's true, she is his tether. So technically that makes sense. Have I been looking at fan art? It wasn't lewd! It wasn't lewd! I swear! It was just kinky! My apologies. I didn't mean to laugh at you. You were just so cute I couldn't help myself.
Cute? Me?
Just to be clear, I'm not trying to flirt with you. But if you continue to stand there, I expect others will try talking to you as well. Are you here alone?
No. I came with another girl, but she's kind of preoccupied.
I see. Then would you like to find a seat and talk for a bit?
Huh? You mean like me and you?
Needless to say, you're free to say no if you'd rather not.
No, I mean, it's not that I don't want to.
That's a relief. There are a couple of open seats at the counter. Why don't we sit there and I buy you a drink? Oh my.
Yeah, sure. He said he wasn't flirting with me, but
I don't think he even understands the concept of flirting. Oh my god. She's surrounded by the French. Oh no. The sounds. Oh, finally got rid of them. God, I don't remember this place enough being so freaking busy. Guess it's a Friday night though. I fucking hate how guys assume you're free game if you're alone. Gotta be at least a Middle Eastern oil tycoon if you want to talk to me. Also, what's taking Pauline so long? Did she get herself... She's with a guy. Oh, you dumbass. You don't just go along with the guy when he starts making moves. It's time for an intervention before things go tits up. Hold on. She kind of looks like she's enjoying herself. Definitely not like she's gritting her teeth and waiting for it to be over. Well, well, well. Look at you. Guess I'll leave those two alone for a bit. She's not a teenager. She can handle herself. Plus, talking to guys should help her with the language. It's definitely not talking to her in English. Wait just a damn second. She's not even speaking French. Why come here on a language study if you're not gonna study? Oh, fuck it. Not even worth my time. I'll just drink by myself. Hey, beer me up, barkeep. Like how Maria's just in all of this dealing with everyone's shenanigans. We have not seen Yaki yet, too. Oh, huh. So you haven't been in France very long, then? Amusingly enough, I was only transferred here a month ago myself. She didn't even speak French. Maybe, let's pretend that she spoke French.
Oh, Nate, speaking of, a month ago was when Maria and I came to Paris on vacation, which is when I started thinking about moving here.
So wait, you saying you decided on everything and moved to a foreign country in the span of a month?
Yup. Yes. My mom was not terribly pleased with me either. But once I set my mind on something, I usually make a beeline for it.
Haha, no need to be so tense, please. Make yourself comfortable.
If you say so, sure, I'll try. You know, when you first bumped into me, I was kind of scared. Turns out you're not so scary at all. You actually seem really sweet and respectable.
Sweet and respectable, you say? I'm flattered. I don't see myself as either.
You don't? Why not?
Oh, I don't know. Just a feeling.
Oh, I see. My dad did tell me the Japanese were a reserved and humble people.
I don't know how much that description applies to me. I am surprised you identified me as Japanese. Since I arrived here, most people assumed I was Chinese. Not that I particularly mind. Asians are a minority here. It can be difficult for Westerners to visually distinguish between the different East Asian ethnicities without sufficient exposure. Which is why I'm so impressed.
My father's Japanese, actually, which is probably why I could.
Wow. It really is a small world, huh? Have you ever been to Japan?
I haven't, unfortunately. But I absolutely want to someday. Maybe you could teach me Japanese to prepare. I want to see all them Vocaloids and weird cat bars.
Oh no, what if they make a cat cafe? But like, cat girl cafe. I would be happy to, though shouldn't learning French be your first priority? This girl has like a 4-second attention span.
Oh right, I totally forgot. My friend Maria actually brought me here tonight so I could get practice talking to people in French. I ended up using English the whole time. Huh, everyone I know is so skilled I look even more useless than I already am in comparison.
Cat fate. You seem incredibly talented in my eyes. You speak your native tongue and English. Once you have French down, that will make you trilingual. Wait, your native tongue and English? Imagine the work opportunities being fluent in 3 language others. Meanwhile, I have no confidence in my ability to get a handle on French. Ah yes, American English and English. Bravo, Pauline. You can speak all of them.
Huh, really? I assume you were a French pro since you work here and all.
Oh, hardly. We all speak English in the office. I only go to restaurants that serve in English as well. Learning one foreign language was almost a death of me. I don't want to imagine how bad a second one would be.
Oh, wow. What do you do for work?
I'm a systems engineer. I primarily develop tools for use within the company.
Oh. Does he work with Michel? I wonder? Well, I mean, Michel would probably recognize him. Maybe he works, like, in a division that he just doesn't know about. Yes, she can speak American English and normal English. Exactly. That sounds like difficult. I wish I could get like special job opportunities just for like knowing both. Just for being able to switch my accent to American and then not.
That sounds like difficult work. Not at all what I expected. You're well built, so I was guessing something more physical.
Ha! I enjoy working out as well. I frequent the gym and also study martial arts.
Voice call center? Yeah, I guess. I remember someone got in trouble for... No, that was on Would I Lie to You? They were joking about that, I think? Or there's a joke about that somewhere.
I can admire that. If a bad guy shows up, you'll have no problem taking them down.
I suppose. I've given up murder.
Did I say something? Was I just imagining the hesitation in his voice? Maybe he's working out for some other reason. I can't think of any other reason he might, though. Maybe he's getting into street fights. Nah, he would never.
He's trying to channel all of his extra energy into just working out.
In any event, if you need help with any manual labor, feel free to give me a call. I can handle just about anything. Seeing as bad guys like to stay away from men built like me, I don't get to use these muscles for much else. So I'd be thrilled if I could put them to use helping a nice young woman like you.
Oh!
Oh, my apologies. We only just met and here I am acting like we're friends. I may as well be flirting with you.
No, don't apologize. It was a very nice thing of you to say. Yeah, that was definitely my imagination earlier. He's too much of a sweetheart and a gentleman to be involved in anything unscrupulous. Absolutely. So, assuming that wasn't just you trying to sweet talk me, is it alright if I actually call you if I need something?
I just moved here, so I'm drowning in boxes. I'm also going to need to get furniture. That's a huge pain to do alone.
And of course I'll reward you. I can buy you dinner somewhere or make something at my place. Who will?
How could I ever turn you down? Don't worry about repaying me. Meeting you is all the reward I need.
Oh my. These two are like flirting so much.
Oh! Okay, you have a lot of practice doing this, don't you? How many girls have you wooed over with lines like that?
Huh? I don't have practice wooing anyone. Why do you sound so tense all of a sudden?
Because I'm on guard now.
Telling me that defeats the purpose, I feel. I promise you, as difficult as it is to believe, it's rare for me to be so comfortable speaking with a woman at all. This is certainly far from an everyday experience for me. Also, well, to be perfectly honest, this isn't the first time we've crossed paths.
Huh? We have? What? Are we secret siblings or something? That's crazy.
More specifically, I've seen you before. You said you were in Paris about a month ago on vacation, right? Well, a month ago, I had a meeting with my boss at a cafe. I caught sight of you walking past through the window. It left quite an impression, so I remember that moment very well.
What? Are you sure that was me? You only got a glimpse. It could have been anyone. Oh no! Did I do something embarrassing and that's why it left an impression?
No, not at all. You were just eating something as you walked. Maybe a sandwich. Maybe ham. Nothing particularly out of the ordinary.
I was what? Oh no! Oh no, no, no! You forget about that right this instant! It never happened, you hear me?
Huh? Why? I don't see any reason you would.
You caught me at my most vulnerable, eating a sandwich alone! I'm so humiliated!
Uh-oh. If you say so. Still, I don't want to forget that moment. You seemed so happy. Your joy was infectious.
Oh, just so you know, I'm not a glutton.
Huh, I never said you were. Anyway, back to what I was saying. When I saw you then, I felt as though that also wasn't our first time crossing paths. Which is why, when I saw you today, I was determined to talk to you. I only got a glimpse of you the first time, so I'm glad I was able to hear your voice this time.
Oh, I see.
I know, it sounds like something out of a fairy tale. Probably every pickup artist guide out there too. I apologize if I've scared you or made you uncomfortable.
No, don't be. I'm just flustered is all. And actually, as strange as it sounds, I kind of want to believe it's true too. I don't want it to turn out to be just some cheesy pickup line. I mean, how romantic would that be, that we have some sort of deeper connection from before we know? It could be fate that brought us together again. You never know, hee hee.
I can't believe they're married.
Starting with that encounter, Yukimasa and I bonded very quickly. We exchanged phone numbers. I called him to help with moving stuff. I went to his place to hang out. Oh my. And in short order, we went from acquaintances to friends to a couple. We bonded with a bunny outfit. I'd never been in a relationship before. I certainly never expected my first boyfriend to be a Japanese man I met while studying abroad in France.
Yeah, out of everyone, she does not deserve to have her memories come back. She deserves to have just a nice, fresh start.
I lied to Maria. I did have one.
She just needs to eat her sandwiches and live a great life.
When I told Maria we had begun dating,
He's definitely pulling a fast one on you, girl. Either that or your head's still stuck in the goddamn clouds and you're not seeing clearly. You barely even know the guy, Jesus. Don't come crying to me when it goes south. Swear, watching you is gonna take 10 years off my life. You can barely even keep your feet on the ground.
Then she gave me a big heavy sigh, and that was that.
Oh my, eating ham sandwiches in a bunny outfit. It's too much. Don't say this on my stream.
Sometimes I feel like Maria was my mommy. I could understand why she was concerned, but I was confident I could tell the difference between a good guy and a dangerous one. Yukimasa was always such a sweetheart gentleman.
I like to think it's not even like a hot bunny outfit. It's like the Final Fantasy XIV full-on, no breathing room, mask bunny outfit. She can't even eat the sandwich. She's just flopping the sandwich on her mask.
I was positive I had nothing to be worried about. Sorry to use you as a meeting place, Maria, and thanks for the ham sandwich.
Don't sweat it. I give you shit sometimes, but I really am bored out of my mind here. Having someone to talk to helps time pass.
Oh well, that's a relief. I'll bring some people from my language program sometime then. Have to help get some business in here.
Two of you are such good friends, I almost feel bad about taking Pauline away from you today.
We'll have to go somewhere together another time, all three of us. I'm sure we'd all have a great time.
Sure. I'll think about it.
That's the most insincere I'll think about it I've ever heard.
Well, can you blame her? I wouldn't be terribly excited about being invited to accompany a friend on a date either.
I just meant it in a fun, casual thing, though.
More like I don't want to spend any more time around him than necessary. Oh, damn. He senses it. I also don't want to say or do anything to upset Pauline, no matter how much he rubs me the wrong way. Every word that comes out of his mouth feels empty, fake, calculated. That's just what my gut tells me. I don't have anything to back it up. It's not like Pauline would hear me out either way. Once she puts her trust in someone, she's blind to anything that challenges that. Part of me wants to let this run its course and see if that teaches her a lesson. I'm afraid he'll end up doing a lot worse than just betraying her trust.
Is something on your mind, Maria? You look very deep in thought.
It's nothing. Just thinking about how much of a drag being a third wheel would be. Don't think I've forgotten how you ditched me for him at the bar last month.
I didn't ditch you. And anyway, you were busy talking to other guys at the time. And then after that, you hit it off with that guy at the counter. The one with the wavy hair, was it?
Excuse me, on what planet did that look like we were hitting it off? The only thing I wanted to hit off is his nasty mop of a head. Ideally straight into a fucking grain thresher.
His hair wasn't that messy, I don't think.
Forget about me though, can't keep your man waiting forever. Go on, get out of here. Oh no, what's your cursed image, Vivi? Do we even want to know?
Kay.
Hey, just a sec. Not you, Pauline. The Monsieur. I don't mind at all if you call me by my name rather than the Monsieur. But yes, how can I help you? You hurt Pauline and it's your head I'll be ripping off, you hear me? You wound me. Do I look like the kind of man who would hurt her? Just covering my bases. Very sorry if I offended you. Not at all. Pauline has been blessed with very loving friends. You can rest easy. Pauline is in good hands with me. You have my word. All right. I'll hold you to that too.
Hey, what's the holdup? I'm tiny now. What are you two talking about?
Oh, nothing important, Pauline. Let's get going then, shall we?
Yeah, later, Maria.
He's in puppy play gear and all fours with a muzzle and everything, and she's in the bunny mask outfit, walking him while eating his saddle. Oh no, that's actually amazing. Oh god, that's my new mental visualization of what they consider to be hot stuff. Your rest easy holds about as much weight as a wet paper towel. I just wish I could put a finger on what about him makes me so uncomfortable. Hopefully it's just my imagination. Oh my god, I thought they were playing her song. I was very worried. This is birds.
It's so beautiful out today. There's something about lovely weather like this that makes lunch taste all the better.
She's just worried about the kinky shit. It certainly does, Pauline.
What should we do when we're done here? Was there anywhere else you wanted to go, Yukimasa?
I want to go wherever you want to go. I love being with you, no matter where that is.
That's what you always say. Is there nowhere at all? We don't have to limit ourselves to Paris either. As long as it's close enough for a day trip, we can go anywhere. So tell me, where do you want to go?
I'm not sure I can come up with something put on the spot like this.
How about we go see a wrestling match then?
Wrestling? I didn't realize you were a fan.
I'm not. I've never watched wrestling in my life. I've never really been able to deal with rough stuff like that. But you like working out and physical activities and stuff, right? I thought maybe you'd be into wrestling too.
Oh, I see. You're trying to choose something I would enjoy. I don't have any particular interest in watching sports, though.
No, that's a shame. Well, in that case, I don't know. What should we do? I'm out of ideas.
There's nothing wrong with just relaxing here in the park. We don't have to be doing something for me to enjoy being with you. In fact, I'd say this kind of peaceful time with you the most. Oh, I like it. That is, if you don't mind the boredom.
No, of course not. There's nothing boring about spending time with you, Yukimasa, no matter what or where it is. Hey, then today's schedule is decided. Lazing about in the park? Oh, in the park. Hey, Yukimasa, do you have any hopes or dreams for your future?
I can't say anything comes to mind immediately. At least not until I can be certain work won't interfere with it. What about you?
I sure do, Do you promise you won't tease me for it?
I would never.
What I want most is to spend a nice, quiet life with you. I don't need anything extravagant. Just an ordinary life, slowly growing older, having 3, maybe 4 children, maybe wearing a bunny suit every so often, eating a sandwich, maybe with you on a collar and a leash. I don't know. We'd never fight, and eventually, before I knew it, I'd be an old lady. Thinking, it was an uneventful life. It was the best I could have asked for. That's the life
Pauline?
What? Oh, sorry. I kinda spaced out there for a second. I get the strangest feeling that I've said something like that before.
Is that so? I'm not the first man you've used that on.
As if! You're the first guy I've ever dated, Yukimasa. It must be deja vu or something. Wait, do you think I'm lying? That I've been with other guys before?
Oh no, I would never accuse you of being dishonest. It just struck me as unusual. Because I feel as though I've heard those words before as well. But in a much more perilous situation.
I know this might make me sound like a little girl with her head in the clouds. But do you believe in reincarnation?
The name of the game? What?
If somehow it really is real, then I suspect we may have known each other in our past life.
Roll credits.
Wouldn't that just be the most wonderful thing?
No.
Imagine that. A bond so strong it transcends even death. It would make us soulmates, literally. How romantic.
Ugh.
Yeah, sorry. I'm getting too weird, aren't I? You have to be crazy to believe in reincarnation and fate in this day and age. But I still think it's a nice thought.
That it is, Pauline. I cannot imagine anything more beautiful than us being bound by fate.
Yukimasa. Ooh woo.
If by some chance reincarnation is real, and our paths have crossed in previous lives as well, then the universe has a twisted sense of humor. No!
No!
Why would you say that? Soulmates. We're anything but. I'm the ball and chain that drags your soul down to damnation. You would have to be cursed to be stuck with me for so long. There's no other explanation.
Ha! Maybe that was too lazy of a day. I even managed to sneak a nap in there. Today we're both sloths.
There isn't much daylight left. Let's get something for dinner and head home, shall we?
Oh, I have an idea. Can we go to the grocery store instead? I want to make dinner for you tonight.
Now that sounds like a wonderful idea.
Oh my.
Phew, we're back. Thanks for carrying the bags.
It's my pleasure. I feel like this is a lot of groceries, though. More than you need to make one meal.
Yeah, it kind of is. I realized about halfway through, but couldn't stop. There's just so much stuff I want to try, but I can't help but throw it all in the cart.
It's fine. Whatever we don't use can go into the freezer. So what are you making? You still haven't told me.
Well, not telling. Anywho, I'm borrowing your kitchen. You just wait at the table and relax. I don't need any help.
All right then, if you insist. Pauline's never made anything for me before. Frankly, I have trouble imagining her spending much time in the kitchen. Well, I'm sure it'll be fine, unless something goes horribly wrong. There's no way that'll ever happen, right, guys?
Hey! It's shooting fire!
Oh! Are you okay, Pauline?
Why? How?
Well, there were some minor mishaps, but dinner is served.
Indeed, there were. For certain definitions of minor, I suppose.
I didn't burn your place down, so all's well that ends well. Now, dig in before it gets cold.
Before I begin, may I ask what it is you made?
Huh? You can't tell? I wanted to make something Japanesey for you. So I did a beef and potato stew, miso soup, and white rice.
I see. I thought it was porridge, chili, and a brown mystery goo.
Oh no.
It doesn't look very appetizing, no. But I promise it tastes good. I tried it myself.
I trust you. I trust you. Well, here I go.
Oh no. Ripperoon. Bad end. Oh shit, she's making dog food. Of course, it all connects.
So what do you think?
It's not bad. Thank you, Pauline. Thank goodness I didn't have to lie to her about that. It is a bit on the strong side and will probably raise my blood pressure, though.
Oh. One sec, I'm just charging my food so that you guys don't die. In other news, couple commits a murderous suicide with a cookie.
Out of curiosity, what sauce did you use in the stew?
I just followed the recipe and used Worcester sauce.
For a traditional beef and potato stew, you're supposed to use soy sauce. Do you have that here?
Huh? Really? We do, but it only said sauce, so the thought never crossed my mind.
Pauline, get a better recipe.
It still tastes quite good, though. It's just a more Western flavor instead of Eastern.
It's like, a
I don't know if you guys remember this, but in Yakuza 0, there's that one moment where you're interviewing this girl who's like, oh, I'm so Japanese. I work in this Japanese family restaurant. And she's like, yeah, I put like Worcester sauce and shit and like chips and like burgers and shit. And you're like, wait a minute, that's not Japanese.
Arg! But I was trying to remind you of your home in Japan. I'll do better next time, so please give me another chance.
am back. I have filled up on my water and stuff. Alright. Back to the kitchen disaster. Of course, I'm looking forward to it.
I want to do everything I can to please you, Yukimasa. If there's anything you want, please don't hesitate to ask.
Please be my tether. Tell me, Pauline. How are you?
How am I Wyatt?
No, never mind. Forget it. How are you able to love me as much as you do? That's not even a fair question. She's so taken with me because I'm pretending to be exactly the kind of man she wants him to be with most. Heck.
It's, gotten late, huh? I was thinking, we could...
Yes, you're right. We should call it tonight. I'll take you home.
Oh. Is it okay if I stay the night? I mean, it's been 2 months since we started dating. We still haven't, stayed the night together. So,
Who do you think is Dom? Pauline? Of course. I'll take you home, Pauline.
Do you not want me to stay the night, Yukimasa?
What if Yuki is a power bottom? He is forcing himself to be suppressed from his murderous intent. So technically, I guess he is. But I think he's still a sub in that respect. Oh, no, that's not it at all. I would love to have you. But I'm sorry, I have some other business to attend to this evening, so we'll have to make arrangements for another time.
Okay. Yeah, that's all right. Wouldn't want to get in the way of your plans.
Thank you.
I can make it the rest of the way home from here. Thanks for walking with me, Yukimasa.
I'll walk you all the way. It's late. Better to be safe than sorry.
Oh, you're such a worrywart. It's barely even 9. We're in the city. I'll be just fine.
More people doesn't always mean safer, but all right. Just try to stick to a large, well-lit road. Don't go down any dark alleys, understood? There's been an uptick in sightings of shady-looking gangs prowling around lately. Oh no. How do you know that? I mean, you could probably watch the news, but still. As long as he's not being murdered, he's a sub. Yeah, exactly. He's pretty much a sub. In relationship terms, at least. Maybe not in other respects, but...
I'll be fine. See you again next week. And I'll call, then text.
See you. Good night and be safe, Pauline.
Night to you too. I have other business to attend to, so we'll make arrangements for another time. Yukimasa didn't seem to realize it, but he chased me out with almost the exact same line on several other occasions. I'd even asked him what business he had, and he would never give me specifics, just that it wasn't important. At first I assumed he was being a gentleman and trying not to rush into things. Or that he genuinely did have something else to take care of. And it wasn't like I thought he was lying now, but there was only so many times I could take being turned down the same way. Or I started to think maybe he didn't like me at all.
These theatre majors that loved Les Mis too much? Maybe. It is Paris.
Maybe he had something to hide. Everyone has skeletons in their closet. Things they don't want people to find out about. I wasn't going to ask him to spill everything to earn my trust. I wanted to be reasonable as much as I could. I didn't want to do anything to make him uncomfortable. I wasn't going to chew him out for not telling me every little thing. I certainly had no reason in getting into a fight with him over it. The less conflict in a relationship, the better. I was sure all he needed was more time. He would let me stay over when we were a little closer. We'd only been dating for 2 months after all. It was too soon to get worried. Everything was going to be fine. I repeated that to myself several times and then decided to head home. But for some reason, my legs refused to move. Oh. You haven't changed one bit. You won't even give someone the time of day if they're saying anything that contradicts someone you've decided to trust. Something Maria had said to me a long time ago floated up into my mind. Maria always did have trust issues, but she had gone too far that time, accusing him of doing something terrible. So I'd snap back at her, something I rarely did. Why had that, of all memories, come back to me now, though? I had to trust him, or what was the point? Sure, he could be eerily kind, and he was hard to read from time to time, but if I didn't believe in him, who would? Wait, I'm confused. Maria never said that to me, did she? I know she's given me other warnings, but I can't think of a single instance in which she told me you haven't changed one bit. My head hurts. The image in my mind of that moment wasn't of the cafe where Maria worked, but a small room in a cottage I had no memory of. It was so vague, I couldn't make out much more than that, though. Yet despite not being able to place the memory, I had a distinct feeling it was something very dear to me. Didn't end there. Oh.
You are a woman who's capable of making decisions for herself. I know you are. Yes, you've placed your complete faith in one man. That hasn't stopped you from considering what you should do with your own life. You were never short-sighted.
Michel. Next came a man's voice I had no recollection of. Who could it have been? Why did it sound like he knew me? What was going on? I was gripped with a sensation I didn't have the words for. There was a man's voice in my head. I didn't know him, but he seemed to know me. To most people, that would probably be unsettling. For reasons I couldn't explain, the sound of his voice was more reassuring. It felt like a light in the darkness, guiding me away from the path to destruction. Only not my present self, but a me far in the past. Something told me. His words were still relevant to me now, though. I'm sorry, Yukimasa. I don't want to dig up your secrets. I just want to be able to trust you.
Someone should go on Liar Game.
I want to know you better, so I can love you better. Everyone has skeletons in their closet. Things I'd rather people not find out about. Most people's secrets were, in my eyes, trifling matters. Rarely anything more than, oh no, I'm too ashamed to tell anyone. Never anything that would utterly ruin them were it to get out.
Oh, that's him. From a young age, I was conscious of a violent impulse that prowled within. I had no concept of what it truly was. It wasn't until shortly after I entered elementary school I found a clear understanding of these feelings. I was watching the news one day when, in the middle of a report, the reporter and staff were murdered on live television. The killer seemed to want to be seen, because he deliberately positioned himself such that his face would be visible on camera, as he stabbed the reporter again and again. Screams and shouts filled the air. Someone yelled, "Stop the camera," and the screen went black. It only lasted a matter of seconds, perhaps 10 at most. Still, those images remained fresh in my mind, playing back in an endless loop. Everyone around me acted as though it was some terrible thing, never to be spoken of. Perhaps that was the most reasonable response. It was utterly inexplicable to me at the time. That was when I first realized the feelings I had were not feelings others shared with me. I was enamored with that footage. Sounds of people screaming, the sight of them writhing in pain, the hope draining from their eyes. It brought me indescribable joy, ecstasy. It made no sense to me why it inspired fear in others, why they refused to speak of it. I can imagine not wanting to talk about something so electrifying. But I was the only one who felt that way, who yearned for the sight of more death. Fortunately, perhaps unfortunately, I had been gifted with a talent for deception. I knew how society expected me to act, and I played the part to a T, all the while nursing a thirst for blood within. I put on a friendly smile while interacting with people, but beneath it I was always wondering, what face would they make as they died? What kind of scream would they regale me with? How would they beg me for their life? I was struck with an urge to shove the person next to me in front of an oncoming train whenever I waited at a platform. I fantasized about violent accidents happening whenever I stood at a crosswalk. Whenever I saw a blade, I wanted to eviscerate passerbys with it. Whenever I saw a woman with a slender neck, I yearned to strangle the life out of her. As I got older, the urges only grew more powerful, making even day-to-day life a challenge. Fantasy stopped being enough to quench my thirst. If I wasn't careful, I might find myself with my hands actually around someone's neck. More. I needed more than this. I wanted to experience it for myself. I wanted to spill blood with my own hands. I wanted to feel the life fade from someone's body. I wanted to kill. When my hunger reached its peak, I wondered why I thought it necessary to restrain myself at all. Was it because I was afraid of getting caught? Because I didn't want to face society's judging eyes? Because I didn't want to cause trouble for my family? None of that was sufficient to hold my thirst at bay. I even began to entertain the thought of letting myself get caught. Go on a killing spree, tasting blood to my heart's content, then sentenced to death and freed from temptation at the apex of my life. It seemed like a sound enough plan. The question was, why had I hesitated to go through with it for so long? Well, no more hesitating, no more waiting. I was going to kill. It didn't matter who, anyone's blood would suffice, so long as it would quench my this unending thirst. But when I stepped out into public, having at last embraced my murderous desires, I heard a voice whisper into my ear. Remember the vow you made. Vow? I did. To who, and when, where? What on earth was the voice talking about? Utter nonsense, I told myself, and tried to banish it from my mind. No matter what I did, it kept coming back. As all was right as I readied myself. Right as I readied myself to follow through with my urges at that. Sound of the voice paralyzed me, kept my feet bolted to the ground. Worst of all, it seemed to be my own voice.
And actually, as strange as it sounds, I kind of want to believe that it's true too. I don't want to turn out to be some cheesy pickup line. How romantic would that be? That we have some sort of deeper connection from before we know. It could be fate that brought us together again. You never know, hee hee.
Pauline, the secret I'm keeping from you is a great and terrible one. This barely suppressed hunger will eventually break through to the surface. I have no right to be at your side, to be blessed by your beautiful smile.
What I want most is to spend a nice, quiet life with you. I don't need anything extravagant. Just an ordinary life, slowly growing older, having 3, maybe 4 children. We'd never fight, and eventually, before I knew it, I'd be an old lady. Thinking, it was an uneventful life, but it was the best I could have ever asked for. That's the life
I know in my mind what the best thing I could do for you is, but so many of my actions are not driven by reason. The sight of her smiling face calms the creature within. Her presence suppresses my savage desires, allowing me to act like a normal man. She is my tether, the chains that keep me fixed to the ground. She's the only one who can do that for me. Even she can't wholly quell the bloodlust that seethes within. And so now, 2 separate cravings dwell together in my heart. One is a yearning to surrender myself to my desires, to spread pain and death and horrible suffering. The other is a longing to relinquish myself to the peaceful life she so desires, to share a quiet and uneventful life with her. Each one pulls at me in completely opposite directions. They're so fundamentally different, utterly incompatible.
I mean, it's been 2 months since we started dating. We still haven't stayed the night together. So, you know... do you not want me to stay the night, Yukimasa?
Finding her brought me relief, taught me what it was like to live without temptation, but now I find myself dreaming of killing her. My desires transforming from, I want to kill someone, anyone, to, I want to murder her specifically. This is after swearing I would never lay a hand on her. Sight of Pauline sleeping, helpless to protect herself, unfailing, brings with it a hunger to squeeze the life out of her. That's why I cannot allow myself to spend the night with her when I step past the final line of defense. I will cease to be a man. It's time. Every city has an underbelly, no matter how clean it appears on the surface. You can try to put up appearances until the end of time, but hiding your seedy population doesn't get rid of them.
Especially in France, especially like the capital. Or Paris, at least. There's like
at least 5 red light districts.
That was the very thing I looked into when I moved here. Not because I wanted to feel safe in my new home, but the exact opposite. Being the capital of France, a large populous city, the streets of Paris were naturally kept impeccably clean. It was safe enough to walk alone at night. You were unlikely to encounter any trouble so long as you exercised a bare minimum of caution.
I don't know about that. Maybe in the tourist areas.
I needed information about the city. Enough to guess where crimes were likely to take place. Enough to get there before the police could.
Oh, so he's going around as like a vigilante, but for his own reasons. Oh no, they're playing this. Like, oh no, there's nothing I could do. They attacked me. Yeah, exactly, Flynn.
I'm being followed. From the footsteps, it sounds like 2 men. This is probably good enough. I came to a comfortable distance, down a poorly lit alley. Turning back, the 2 young men stood blocking my path. They seemed to be in their late teens. Still children as far as I was concerned, but hardened in a way boys their age shouldn't be. They were both fairly tall, around my height, kept their hands hidden in their jackets. Presumably, they were hiding weapons of some sort. Their mouths were contorted unnaturally into half-slack smiles. Even in the poor light, I could make out numerous teeth that were cracked or blacked with rot. Well, well, I'm impressed you haven't been swept up by the police yet with mouths like that. You filthy addicts.
Oh, these are... Oh, look! Slanty Eyes is trying to talk to us. How about you learn the fucking language first? Gahaha! I don't know. Right back at ya, you bitch! I am surprised you still got your hands on your shoulders. This is the worst accent. I don't even know what. It's like an amalgamation. Around alone at the time of night? You picked the wrong place to go for a midnight stroll? Or what? You get your dumb ass lost? We'd be happy to show you the way back. Just $1,000 an hour.
Why, thank you for such a generous offer.
It can't be gone soon, exactly.
That's all you have to say.
What? You need to spell everything out for you. Hand over your goddamn money, you dumb fuck. Just walk over or over, don't want us to get hurt. We ain't monsters, gat.
The boys, guffawing like buffoons, pulled their hands from their jackets' pockets. As I suspected, they were armed. The blades had visible bulk to them, double-edged knives. I was surprised they had anything remotely decent on them. They weren't the kind of knives you could just buy at a corner store. Maybe they'd gotten them at a hunting shop. Or from a friend. Part of me wished they had been guns instead. That would have made this more exciting. But I knew that was asking too much of the city. I would have to go somewhere more dangerous for that, like London. Which wasn't to say. The glimmer of their knives didn't excite me plenty. Hot shiver ran up my spine. Ecstasy. A deep gratification surged up within me. I could just imagine how incredible it would feel to tear through someone's flesh with those knives.
Why didn't you say something, huh? You fucking blind or what? If you don't want to hand it over, we'll just kill you and take it ourselves.
You think you can kill me with only a knife? I would love to see you try.
The fuck you laughing at, asshole? Hey, maybe we should back off. Something ain't right about him. Like, girl, you chicken shit. I ain't letting him get away with talking that kind of shit. Fuck no.
Well, what are you waiting for? I'm standing right here. Go on. Kill me. Or did you think I would bend over and hand you my wallet simply because you started waving a knife around? You make a mockery of me. If you're not prepared to use the knife to take another man's life, I suggest you put it back in the kitchen. It's perhaps a bit excessive for everyday use, but at least you can peel fruit with it. A fine idea, wouldn't you say?
I've had enough of your bullshit, Slanty. You're fucking dead.
Merton made a dash for me, and a beat later his companion followed suit. I didn't waste a second either. With my eyes fixed on them, I took a step backwards, lifted my leg, and made as if I were to kick them. But instead, I threw my foot into a pile of garbage, launched it in the air. Shards of glass bottle flew towards the first one's face. On its own, it was an ineffectual attack. He could shield himself, and anything that hit was unlikely to cause significant harm. But the split-second distraction it created was what I wanted. I closed the distance between us and pivoted around to his side. With one hand, I grabbed him by the outstretched arm. The other, his collar, and then I swept his feet out from under him. As tall as he was, his drug-atrophied frame put up little resistance, doing a clean 180 in the air before face-planting the asphalt. A look of horror spread across the other man's face as he continued his charge. He had lost a great deal of momentum, however. The arm holding the knife had gone slightly slack. Rather than retreat, I stepped towards him. Then I bent myself backwards to avoid the blade at the last second. He screeched to a halt, then made as if he was going to turn around, but before he could, I planted my elbow in the nape of his neck. The man let out a pathetic yelp, like a frog being run over by a car, then crumbled to the ground. As soon as he hit the ground, I slammed my foot into his wrist, sending the knife spinning off into the darkness. And then I did the same to his partner.
Oh, fuck, what the hell are you, man? Okay, you win. We'll leave you alone. Let's get...
Absolutely pathetic. That fight was so dull I'm about to fall asleep, yeah. Was that honestly the best you could manage? The man tried to get up, so I stomped on his back. Apparently he was more than just physically slow. You'll leave me alone. You misunderstand, my boy. Yes, you're the ones who attacked me. But I'm the one who baited you into it. Why on earth would I let you off with just a few bruises? No, no, no. You're my prey.
What the hell's this guy's deal? I knew something was wrong with him. Oh!
The other man made an attempt to escape, so I planted my foot in his face. Seemed I put too much force into it. He crashed into the wall and then slid limply to the ground. Hey now, you can't make any sudden moves or my instincts will kick in. I knocked him unconscious. What a shame. The man's nose was shattered, his face covered with blood, his eyes rolled back. Gravity was the only force left acting on his body. For a second I was afraid I'd killed him, but I could see his chest rising and falling, his fingers twitching slightly. That was fine then. I had no intention of killing either of them after all. All I wanted was to see a little blood. From people no one would mind seeing a little beaten up. Your friend's down. That leaves you to entertain me. I grabbed the man by the back of the head, paying no heed to his squirming.
Oh, fucking fuck!
Slammed his face into the asphalt. Thick blood dribbled from his nose. There wasn't much yet, so it probably my imagination. I felt as though I was enveloped in his sweet, coppery aroma. Endorphins flooded my brain, drowning out my reason. A small fragment of that reason, that humanity managed to stay above the surface to admonish me. Do not kill him, do not break your vow, do not become a murderer.
You chose a path of imperfection and conflict, of humanity. Yeah, you don't have to remind me I'm not going to kill anyone. I just need to not cross that line, right? Taking care to not knock him out entirely, I pounded the man's face into the asphalt again and again and again. Yeah, really? Protecting that vow? Why couldn't you be more specific about your vow? God damn. I don't want to get into crazy street fights over who's the strongest guy around. I don't want to experience the thrill of participating in a fight club. But please, let me go. All I want is to endlessly brutalize helpless insects like you. Ha ha ha. Again and again and again and again and again. You're going to kill me? You're too much of a waste of human flesh for anyone to care, even if you come crawling to them battered and bloody. Screams echoed through the dimly lit alleyway. Jesus. Of course, the biggest waste of oxygen here is me. Help! Someone help me! Ah, help! You're the idiot who chose to jump me this far out of the way. No one's going to hear you scream. Aha! Glancing down, I noticed my hand was dripping with blood. It had probably splattered onto my jacket as well. I'm going to want to wipe myself down before I go home, I thought as I continued to pummel the man. Pauline, please walk in on this. The scent of blood calmed my raging spirit. The sound of screams and the taste of despair filled my ravenous soul. Oh. When his shouts and cries began to falter, I let go of this man's head. We put the warning up, right? Yep, we did. Okay, safe. Bloody foam oozing from his mouth, his whole body twitching on the ground. I rose to my feet, kicking the man over so I could see his face. Not that it was much of a face anymore. I pressed my heel into his chest, causing a splattering of blood to blow out of his mouth. Help me! Please don't kill me! The once ferocious man was now begging like a small child to be spared. What? Surrendering already? How unnerving! I haven't nearly had my fill yet. Here's an idea. I wonder what I could do with those knives you pulled on me. How about cutting off your fingers, one by one, until there's nothing left? Doesn't that sound like so much fun? Please don't do that to me again. I don't want to read that. Please, no more. I'm so sorry. I have no interest in your apologies. In fact, I almost want to thank you for the evening's entertainment. The one thing I could really ask for is you not giving in so soon. I can't. You're gonna kill me. Well, that's terribly unfortunate. So you know I've never actually killed anyone. I take great pains to avoid crossing that particular line. Honestly, I don't feel like going all the way would really change much after a beating so severe. Yeah. But there's a voice inside me that won't let me do that. I used to think it was whatever tiny bit of conscience I had. But I've come to realize that isn't the case. Tell me, do you have any idea what it is? I have no idea. Help! Don't kill me, please.
Of course he wouldn't know. You think I'm some kind of psychopath, don't you?
I don't, I promise. Please, have some mercy.
You want mercy? Beg me for it. Bleed like the sad little animal you are.
Please have mercy. I'll do anything. I'll give you all the money I have. So sorry. I'm begging you, spare me.
As you wish. I'm done here. You get yourself to a hospital before you die. Don't you tell anyone there about me. While I doubt they'll give you much stock beyond a scuffle between lowlifes, I don't want to take any unnecessary risks. Ooh. The man gave me several rapid nods, then began to crawl away, whimpering. He seemed like he was trying to push himself to his feet, not having any luck. I didn't give a damn about what happened to him next. What I needed to do was wipe the blood off me, get home and sleep. And watch to see if any dead bodies showed up on the news over the next few days. I didn't even give the beaten and battered pair a second glance. They were the dregs of humanity, and so they were fair game. Of course, as I told the one man, I was the lowest scum of all. I pulverized men to quench my thirst. I never killed them. I kept my vow. I wasn't so far gone as to think anything other than murder was okay, though. I knew perfectly well that what I was doing was reprehensible. And still, in spite of that, I yearned for something more.
Whew.
Pauline, no! Keep yourself away.
Letting myself in? Wait, is Yukimasa out? Well, darn, that ruins my plans. Well, might as well poke around while I'm here. Maybe I'll find out something new about him.
Yeah, something new.
Sorry for sneaking around like this, Yukimasa. Only a couple hours earlier, Yukimasa and I had been hanging out together here, talking and smiling and laughing and watching TV. But now it was deathly quiet. I felt a chill in the air as I stood there all by myself. When Yukimasa had the key made for me, he probably didn't think I would use it to sneak in when he wasn't around. He wouldn't have trusted me with it if he did. Up until today, I'd always gotten in touch before coming over. Surprise inspection like this was a first. Anyway, I need to figure out why he won't let me stay the night. Maybe he keeps all his naughty stuff by his bed, doesn't want me to see it. There's something kind of exhilarating about secretly digging around your boyfriend's house. Now, contain yourself, Pauline. I let myself get a little overly worried on the way here because of that weird voice in my head. Oh, really? I don't have a reason to be concerned. Here goes nothing. Oh! I spy a DVD case. Do we have a classic case of dirty videos under the bed here? Oh. A gore horror B-movie? Oh, I was hoping I'd find porn. Wait, why am I disappointed? I'm kind of surprised. Yukimasa never struck me as a gory movie guy. Maybe he secretly spends his time binge-watching splatter films. I can understand why he wouldn't want to tell me, but that's hardly enough to scare me off. Now, if he asked me to watch one with him, I'd probably have to close my eyes for most of it, but who knows? Maybe it could turn out to be fun.
Not for me.
Where should I look next? Ooh, how about his laptop? Laptop. Aha! Oh, it needs a password to boot up. What could it be? Maybe he used my name. Let's give it a shot. Of course not. We've only been dating for 2 months. He wouldn't use my name for a password this soon. Bah. Well, there are still other things I can try. His birthday? Oh, nope, that wasn't it. Alright, what about, Nippon? No, why would it be that? Oh, I'm running out of ideas. Oh, crap, it locked me out. Now he's gonna know I tried to get into it. Heck. This is bad. This is real bad. Is there any way to undo the lock? Oh, shitballs. Fly. Footsteps. He's home. And he's coming this way. Crap. I need to find somewhere to hide. Oh, heck. Oh, the wardrobe. That looks big enough to fit me. Move your butt, Pauline.
Just a gore-covered Yukimasa coming through. No big deal. My laptop's open. Did I leave it that way?
Shoot! He's gonna see I messed with it.
I suppose I must have. I must have also gotten the password wrong 5 times.
Wait, I didn't think this through at all. Hiding in here is a terrible idea. Now I have no way out. How airheaded can you be, Pauline? If you just said, oh, sorry, I left something here, he probably would have bought it without batting an eye. But y'all look like a total creeper if you just hop out of his wardrobe.
Oh no, he knows.
On the bright side, it is kind of nice getting to see him in his natural habitat. I peeked through the wardrobe door, trying my best to keep my heart from leaping out of my throat. When he was with me, he always had a pleasant smile. There was something refreshing about seeing him stone-faced now. Obviously, it would be weird if he was smiling to himself, but still. He looked almost like a different man when he was on his own. Finally, taking my eyes off his face, I realized he was wearing a sweatsuit. Had he been out night jogging or something? He liked physical activity, so by itself, that wouldn't be unusual. But what did seem off was him saying he had business to attend to, and sending me home as if all he was doing was going for a jog. He also looked exhausted. Was jogging supposed to wear you out so much? It would probably take a lot out of me since I've never got much physical activity.
Yeah, she's just talking out loud and he's like, excuse me?
But unlike me, Yukimasa was in shape. Regardless, physical activity meant sweat, and sweat meant he would go take a shower next, right? Then I could sneak out while he was in there.
I can't be bothered to take a shower tonight. I need to sleep.
You can't be bothered! And there he goes, right into bed. So much for that plan. Who went to bed drenched in sweat anyway? That had to reek. Slovenly was the last thing I expected to find out he was. After a few minutes, I could see his chest moving slowly up and down. My good, strong, healthy Yukimasa was quick to fall asleep too. As much as I wanted to stay here and watch him through the night, now that he was asleep, I could safely leave. I pushed the wardrobe door open slowly and carefully, trying not to make a noise. Lights were off too, so I needed to be especially watchful of where I stepped, so I didn't trip over or anything. Tiptoeing my way through the door, I abruptly came to a stop. Maybe I could just climb in beside him. People call me an airhead all the time, but even I had enough sense to realize how outrageous an idea that was. Not only had I snuck into his house without permission, now I was thinking about sneaking into his bed with him. It was like something out of a trashy romance novel. On the other hand, we were dating. Maybe he would think of it as a pleasant surprise? That was pushing my luck, wasn't it? He would wake up in the morning, see me there, I would probably give him a really big scare. It might even creep him out so much he'd break up with me. But still, the sight of him sleeping there so innocent and vulnerable was too much for me to resist. Who wouldn't want to run their fingers along that big back or put their arms around that perfectly slender waist? My conscience was screaming at me to behave and go home.
Oh no, she's got that back fetish too. Heck.
The primal part of me pulled me closer and closer to the bed. I carefully lifted one knee onto the bed. The mattress let out a deafening creak. My heart leapt into my throat. But the sound didn't seem to have woken Yuki Masa.
I'm convinced she just has every fetish. Yeah. She's one of those innocent but has watched so much porn and has discovered all of the kinks. She's like, I want to test them out soon.
I stretched my arm out toward him. With every passing moment, the pounding of my heart grew more and more intense. I worried the sound might wake him up. I brushed the tips of my finger across his cheek, then through his dark hair. He showed no signs of waking.
Oh no. Pauline!
He was always the mature, older one, but it felt like we'd switched places now. The image brought a little smile to my face, quickly dissolving all the remaining tension in the air. It was safe to get a little closer, wasn't it? He wasn't gonna wake up.
God damn it, Pauline! He's all sweaty too!
My heart rate leaped back up as I lowered myself down onto his bed, cuddling up next to him. Oh my gosh, I was actually in the same bed with him. How brazen of you, Pauline. I could feel his breath on my lips as I gazed upon his face. I was on cloud 9 and I wanted to keep going even higher. Rationally, I knew I had to get out before he woke up. But I was well past rationality at that point. Oh. In my excitement, it took me a few moments to notice a strange smell on his sweats. Something sharp layered beneath the scent of his sweat. I couldn't quite place it though. So my curiosity would have to remain unsatisfied for now. As I lay there basking in bliss, my eyelids started to grow heavy.
Oh no, she's gonna wake up with blood all over her. Or she has a scent fetish. Either one.
No, Pauline, you can't go to sleep. You have to go home and now. But as hard as I tried to push myself out of bed, it was just too warm and cozy here to...
Uh-oh. Oh no. Meanwhile, in my dreams, I'm drenched in fresh red blood. People dying all around me. Everyone dying. No, not simply dying. I'm killing them. A man begs me to spare his life, so I sever his head. A woman implores me that she is with child, so I disembowel her. A man invokes the name of his god, so I tell him I know no such deity. And the pile of corpses grows. Arms and legs, heads and torsos, entrails and brains. It's all there. It's everywhere.
Maid.
In my shadow stands a maid with vacant eyes. I repeatedly try to kill her, but she won't die, so I keep her. Grinning, I order the maid to take a body and make a meal of it. She does as I demand, serving me a human meat soup. The maid always wears a smile, but her madness can never compare to mine. I cackle uncontrollably, howl like a wild beast. Is that all, master? Are you not going to dismember me?
You could try stabbing my face, or my neck, or my stomach, or any other part of me. Then perhaps I might die. Oh, now, don't look at me like I'm some exotic creature. A man who isn't a man, a woman who isn't herself, imprisoned together in a dark, decrepit mansion. I believe the woman to be the witch, but the witch is elsewhere, looking down on me.
Remember that you have always, always been a beast, incapable of saving anyone, only of taking. Remember and suffer. Agonize, writhe, anguish, grieve, suffer, suffer.
The witch is right. I've always been enamored with death, with killing. My hands are only capable of taking, not offering. I am a monster. My lust for blood will always overwhelm any affection I manage to muster. That's the simple truth. Look at all the blood I've spilt. Look at me cackling as I sit upon the mountain of bodies. Oh, Pauline. What are you doing there? You can't see me like this. Not while I'm a beast driven by nothing but primal instinct. Stay back or I might end up killing you too. Though, to tell you the truth, I've always wanted to kill you. With your chains, you bring tranquility to my world. You're the only one who can keep me tethered to the ground. I can only imagine how incredible a release it would be to tear them off. I need you to live for me, and I long to kill you more than anyone else. But this is a dream. I have nothing to lose by indulging my desires. It's not real. I have no need for a tether. No, don't kill her! It's not real. I can do whatever I please. This is the one place I don't have to hold myself back. Pauline. Pauline, let me hear how you wail. Let me see how you writhe.
I can't breathe! Yukimasa, wake up!
I've been so miserable for so long. Roughing up lowlives never did anything for me. It only staved off hunger for little. The only thing that can truly satisfy me is the hope of draining from the eyes of someone who made a real difference in my life.
What's gotten into you? Yukimasa, get off me!
Pauline's neck was even slighter than I'd imagined. Leaning in slightly would likely be all it takes to snap it. I could feel her pulse on the palm of my hand. I could feel every grasp and grunt she forced out on my arms, my chest, my face.
Play! Stop! You're gonna kill me!
A wave of ecstasy surged up within me, dream or not. I was strangling her. At long last, I was squeezing the life out of her.
I can't breathe. Yukimasa, please don't kill.
At long last?
Get off! Yukimasa, why would you?
Something told me this wasn't the first time I'd heard Pauline's dying gasps. Pauline. She believed in me. She put her faith in a beast and went out in search of him. I cannot allow myself to be the kind of monster that would murder a woman like her. I have to change. I will change the future. When my life here comes to an end, I vow to make my next one better.
fragment of memory, of our exchange long ago. The pieces were too vague to see who or where it was, or if it was even a memory of something that actually occurred. What did it matter? Why would I uphold a vow I knew nothing about in a dream? For years I'd held back, fought the urges, kept my word. It didn't even matter if it was the first or third time I'd killed her. This was a dream. I was going to do as I pleased. That was the whole reason I was having the dream in the first.
Yukimasa.
This was a dream? This indescribably lifelike sensation was a dream? These incomparably vivid cries were a dream? No. No, they weren't. This isn't a dream. Pauline! The fog of my dreams rapidly receded and my narrowed vision filled out. Pauline was splayed out limply beneath me. For a brief moment I questioned what she was doing in my room, but quickly discarded the thought as unimportant. Did I actually kill Pauline? Pauline, hey! Pauline, stay with me! Is she breathing? I put a hand on her chest and my ear to her lips, but nothing. She wasn't breathing. No, how could I? After everything I did in my power to stop myself from hurting you. Pauline. I shook her by the shoulders. I slapped her cheeks. Nothing brought the light back to her eyes. I shouted her name. I shook her some more. I smacked her again. I repeated the cycle, who knows how many times. Got no more reaction out of her than a mannequin. Pauline, please! Breathe for me, Pauline. Out of other ideas, but desperate to do something, I started performing CPR. I had no idea if I was doing it correctly or if I was even the right thing to do in this situation. For as many ways as I could devise to kill a man, I was clueless about how to save one. I couldn't just sit around and do nothing. Hands that only ever brought pain were now trying to reverse it. Fingers that knew only to taste of blood now sought to imbue life. I was painfully aware of the irony when these same hands had squeezed the life out of her in the first place. I blew air into her dozens of times, but Pauline's body remained limp. Sweat dripped from my forehead onto her ghostly white cheeks. With each new attempt to resuscitate her, the bed beneath us creaked like a screeching banshee. Pauline. Pauline. I shouted her name. I pressed the heel of my hand into her breast. I blew into her mouth. I'd been going in circles for who knows how long. Her eyes remained murky and grey. Her mouth hung faintly open, but no sound slipped through her lips, neither her voice calling my name, nor the wisp of her breath. What if this is a dream? This was the moment I had so dearly longed for, yet all I felt was maddening despair. I had destroyed her once again. I had killed her, yet again. I had failed to uphold my vow. Failed to protect the one person I needed most. The one person who should have lived. This was proof I would never change. I would always be a savage, bloodthirsty beast. No, even beast was too good for me. I was no more than a lowly fiend. It didn't matter how many tries you gave me. I would always travel down the same path. I should have distanced myself from her before it reached this point, pushed her away. At least then she would be able to live in peace as she wished. I should have never let her in. No. And when I reached the deepest depths of my thoughts, Pauline's throat spasmed. My eyes went wide in the next second. She took in a huge breath. The glimmer had begun to return to her eyes. Oh my god! Pauline, didn't end like it did before. I couldn't deal with that again. What happened?
Yukimasa? Oh, right. And I remember now. Thank goodness you're back to yourself. That's a relief.
Pauline, I'm so sorry. I'm so very sorry for hurting you like that.
Yeah, it hurt, but hey, I'm alive, so it's water under the bridge.
How was anything okay? She had been mere moments from death and I'd pushed her there. How could she be smiling at me like this when I just strangled her? No, she does have a kink. Why did she not berate me? Where did the overwhelming gentle warmth in her eyes come from? Remember how she acted when he actually did kill her, though, Flint? Pauline is like this. She's probably just as crazy as him in that regard. Although, I guess more in the whole trusting thing. Pauline took a few minutes to catch her breath and collect herself, for which I sat and waited in silence. The only sound in the night was a rhythmic ticking of the second hand. She didn't make eye contact with me, and I obviously couldn't look her in the eyes. Time simply flowed like molasses between us. What felt like forever, she let out a strained, "I'm all right now." I nodded, and then turned to her and handed her my phone. "Call the police. Turn me in. I'll confess to anything and everything." Her eyes went wide. But the confusion only lasted a few seconds. Her face quickly twisted into a grimace. She wasn't a child. She knew good and well what I had done. That I had attempted to murder her. We were assailant and victim. Yeah, it's... what seems to be changing all of these is their memories.
Before I do anything, I want you to talk to me. I want to know more about you, Yukimasa.
You want to talk? After I nearly killed you? Have you lost your mind?
Yes, I want to talk. I want to understand why. If you attacked me because you hated me, that would be one thing. That's not what it was about, is it? There's another, better reason.
I don't know about better, but bigger? There was no better reason. I could claim I simply panicked, but what I did went far beyond any reasonable definition of panic. Even though I did believe it was a dream and moment, my desire to kill her was no less sincere for it. Nothing I could say could possibly justify or explain away my actions.
To be clear, I don't want assurances. I don't want you to sugarcoat anything to make it palatable for me. I just want to know the real, genuine you.
Her words cut off my train of thought. It was beginning to sound like she knew the man I was around her was a mere facade. She looked me straight in the eyes. Her gaze was unflinching, determined. Are you serious? Do you really want to see what lies beneath the mask? Are you really prepared to cross that line?
It's all right. I'm ready for anything. So please, tell me.
Are you absolutely sure about this, Pauline? Are you sure you want to shatter the illusion of me being a respectable boyfriend? Well, all right then. If you're really sure, then okay. I'll bite the bullet. I'll tell you everything.
strip myself bare, show you the hideous creature within. And so I laid everything out for her, the nature and the extent of my desires. That I had been deeply enamored with others' pain since I was a child. Anyone I interacted with, I was constantly imagining them dying. I had not yet killed anyone, but I had done everything short of it. I told her where I had been this evening. It was something I did regularly. And finally, I confessed to fantasizing about killing her too. She sat and listened quietly the entire time. Her only reaction was to occasionally grimace. My whole life, I'd reveled in causing others pain. Seeing her so emotionally devastated, I felt a pang of regret for the first time in my life. This is why you need to turn me in, for your own safety as well as others. I'm barely able to stop myself from killing anyone now, but there's no saying when that dam might break. Even without that, they could easily hit me with a list of battery charges long enough to fill a book. It's more than enough to have me thrown behind bars. Allow me to apologize, Pauline, for all the pain I've caused and for deceiving you into being with a man like me. You deserve to be with the man who deserves you, Pauline, not one who's twisted and broken like me. That's what I want most for you. If you can't report me, I'll turn myself in. So please, Pauline.
Out of the question. I won't turn you in, and I won't let you turn yourself in either.
But then
What made you willingly turn yourself in now? Not any of the other countless opportunities you've had. That you almost killed me. Which just goes to show how important I really am to you.
Yes, you are, as I said. I'm able to forget about the monster I am when I'm with you. But
Go on, I'm listening. Don't worry, I want to know how you really feel.
What I feel for you is not what you feel for me. I don't love you. You're the chains that keep my desires trapped away. I want you, but for entirely selfish reasons. My attraction to you is completely, utterly self-serving.
Well, darn. So you really were always just going along with what I wanted, huh?
Her response was surprisingly cool-headed, considering what I had explicitly told her I didn't love her. The smile she wore appeared to be on the verge of tears. You have every right to cut me out of your life. I can't give you what you want. You'll never be happy with me.
You know, my love for you is self-serving too, I think. These feelings, they make me happy. I wouldn't still be here if they didn't. I don't love you for you. I love you for me. I mean, sure, it's kind of a bummer that you don't feel the same way. Like, wow, it was all an act, huh? But it's sad. But it doesn't hurt that much. Like, I still mean a lot to you, though. We may not feel the exact same way, but that's so much better than you feeling nothing.
What on earth are you talking about? I just confessed to a litany of crimes. The only thing you should feel for me is repulsion. You need to get me out of your life now.
Oh. You think that's not exactly what I want to do? But I can't. I can't control how I feel.
I let out a gasp at her sudden outburst. No, it probably wasn't sudden. She was just acting collected and could no longer keep it up. How could I blame her? If anything, her reaction was still restrained for everything I'd done.
I've been trying this entire time to make myself not like you. It hasn't worked, not one bit. I desperately want to cut you out. I can't bring myself to. I know you've done terrible, horrible things. I can't call the police on you, and I don't want anyone else to either. This isn't easy for me. Doesn't make sense to me either. I care too much to just throw you away at the drop of a hat. I don't know why. We've only been together for 2 months. I'm even more confused than you.
Pauline, I'm sorry. Surely there was something more appropriate I could say to her. But to try it uninspired, I'm sorry, was the best I could manage. She put her head in her hands and sobbed. And then after some time, she looked up, wrapped her arms around me, and squeezed.
I've been thinking. It seems like your mind is made a little different than others.
You could say that.
It's like when I see a puppy and start fawning over it, or my eyes go sparkly at a pretty outfit. The pleasure I get from things like that is tied to hurting people in your mind.
I suppose that's right, although describing it that way makes it sound like nothing more than a difference in interests.
Sorry, but it makes sense to me that way. Can't imagine how difficult it must be for you. You have an uncontrollable desire for something our society has declared as wrong. It's not possible for you to both live in this world and have fulfillment. As long as you remain in the society, your only options are to live unfulfilled or become an outcast. It's miserable having to bury yourself like that. It's suffocating. Hurts not being able to share your interests with anyone. You've had to deal with that for so long. I feel terrible for you.
Don't. I don't deserve your sympathy. You should feel bad for the countless people I've hurt, not the ones who hurt them.
You're right. That's what anyone else would do. You've done lots of terrible things. Your victims absolutely deserve sympathy. The whole world would revile you and feel bad for them if they knew. You've already got our entire society poised to turn against you. You need at least one person who will acknowledge your pain. One person who will accept you for who you are, and I want that person to be me.
I used to think you were a sensible woman. Seems I've misjudged you. You two have a few screw loose.
I probably do, yeah. Hey, I want to propose something. A mad request from a mad woman.
Yeah.
I've decided I can't leave you. I won't abandon you, and I won't stop loving you. If you have to kill someone, make me your first.
What? You can't possibly be serious, Pauline.
I can, and I am. I don't want you to hurt anyone else. If you do end up killing someone, I'd rather be dead than left behind to watch as you're dragged away from me. And then, once you've killed me, turn yourself in.
You're joking, right? You think I would
You think I would joke about that? Didn't you say I was the chains that kept you tethered to the ground?
I did, but...
Well, I'm putting my money on them being sturdy chains. Though I did almost lose that bet just tonight. Once the chains stop being effective, you'll lose control. So I want you to make me your first and last. Don't find a replacement for me.
God, you really mean it. You genuinely want to stay with me despite what I am.
I do. I can't control how I feel. No matter what, I'll never be able to not love you. I think I may have my own set as well. Unbreakable chains of love.
Isn't that sweet?
After hearing his confession, I chose not to condemn Yukimasa, which I suppose made me as guilty as him. That was what I wanted, as crazy as it may have seemed to anyone else. Not that I was entirely confident in my decision either. In opening up to each other, and coming to better know one another,
glimmer of hope had formed between us. How much longer would it be able to last? Would he be able to suppress his urges for another 10 years? 20? What about 30? The more I thought about it, the more uncertain I grew. For the time being, I just wanted to treasure being able to be with him. That was the life I chose. Good morning, Yukimasa. Look, I borrowed your kitchen and made bacon and eggs. Just a little burnt, but it should taste fine. Good morning, Pauline.
Why are you squinting at me like that?
I was just trying to figure out if last night was all a dream or not.
Nope, wasn't a dream, which is why you really should hop in the shower now. You cocked right after we were done. You still smell pretty ripe.
I distinctly remember attacking those lowlifes right now. Last night, so it was all real then. It's only been one night, though. How could she possibly have come to terms with it so quickly? How on earth is she able to act so cheery? Although I guess it's better than her being gloomy. Such a bizarre juxtaposition. The normalcy of her cooking breakfast next to the fact that she knows I'm a monster. Oh, do I? I suppose I'll take a shower first.
Oh yeah, and one more thing.
Yes.
You can be yourself around me. You don't have to put on your usual facade.
If you're okay with that, then sure I can. Just so you know, that means I won't smile anymore.
That's no big deal. I know the real Yukimasa now. I'll do just fine without the fake smile. I'm quite fond of the brusque, stone-faced you too. It's a charming look, hee hee.
If you say so, thanks. I nearly killed her yesterday, yet here she is, a bright smile on her face. She may well be even more defective than me. I don't doubt that. Ugh, I'm bored out of my skull. It's lunchtime and still not a single customer. When I started, I was like, hell yeah, free money. Turns out the cost is my sanity. Oh, good afternoon. God's sake, every time.
Well, if you don't want us, we'll happily leave. We came to see you.
I still can't forget what she did in the other timeline, so I'm not going to completely write her off as being the most normal one. Bathe me in your glorious light of your love. Want the usual ham sandwich to go?
Yes, please. We need a quick break before we go back out. Coffee first? Can we have the window seat?
Anywhere you like, my friends. The window, the counter, doing a strip show on the table, take your pick.
Do you always have to be so crass?
You want to see a strip too, don't you, dude? Just think about it. Your girl starts taking off her clothes in public. Can't get action like that in bed.
Maria!
Nudity doesn't interest me terribly much. She can keep her clothes on if she wants. Seems like a weird thing to be saying as, you know, her boyfriend. Was that maybe a touchy subject? No, I'm quite functional, thank you. Oh, great to hear. Anywho, you seem kind of different. More tight-ass than usual. You're not, like, fighting, are you?
Of course not.
In fact, I'd say we're closer now than we've ever been before. Really now?
We talked about it, and Yukimasa's gonna be himself from now on. He still has to pretend to be a good boy at work, though.
A fully functional joke. I see. Wait. I mean, I did always get the feeling he was kind of fake, but... You're okay with this, Pauline? What? Is there anything to not be okay about? If you don't have a problem with it, who am I to judge? I get the distinct feeling they strayed even farther off the path since the last time I saw them. What the hell happened between those two? Not that it's my business. I should go make 'em their shit.
It's so nice out today. What do you want to do? We could go for a walk like last time. What do you think about renting a movie?
I'm fine with that. What kind of movie did you have in mind?
A splatter film.
Pauline! Do you honestly want to go watch a splatter film?
Nope, not even the slightest.
Oh, you.
I wonder how people see us. From the outside, we just look like another happy couple, don't we? We can take a walk together on a beautiful summer day. We can go on a date together like any other loving couple. When wrapped around our interlaced fingers, our pair of invisible chains.
What is this? I was expecting like a little title card to pop up then and be like, and now the next thing, but who's this? I don't think that's him, right? There's no way. It's not the way he thinks. Wait, it's reading in my head to prepare myself to read it, and I was like, what? Is this Jacopo? Does he even think like this? We haven't even seen him once in this whole run. I don't know. I'm so confused. I'm just like, what? Like, the dialogue, it sounds like one of those people who's like, ugh, we're just made out of proteins. Like, life and death, who cares? Ugh. Like, those people. I despise the irrational, and I'm just gonna read this in my own thing. Yeah, just glasses somewhere. Exactly. I'm just gonna read this in my own voice, not that I am this person. Side note. Want to put that out there? Actually, no. I'm gonna go make some tea before we jump on this train. Yeah? Yeah? Cool. Cool. I'll put some nice soothing music on too. We can have like a nice little break.
you something? Is your life better now? Moonshine, still live in my heart. Can I ask you something? Is your life better now? Sometimes I feel you're sitting next to me, listening to my stories. Time always shows me it's hard to understand how to be myself, how to be myself. Moonlight dries your tears, moonlight hides your fears. Moonlight dries your tears, moonlight hides your fears.
Boop. I have returned, and my goodness, I feel so much better after eating. That was a lovely meal. And now we're Chicansary. Why does that feel familiar? This does sound like Jacopo, actually. Him being like, ugh, I despise anything that's like something. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it in my voice for now because I'm like, I don't know. No, I'm just like curious who it is at this point. But hey, what better way to find out than to proceed? I despise the irrational and unscientific. Phenomena perceived as miraculous or unexplainable are by and large the products of chicancery. I don't know if that's... tricks that fail to stand up to even the slightest scrutiny. Only fools and children sincerely believe in tripe like fate and destiny. What does anyone find in such nonsense? Are they merely trying to convince themselves their lives have purpose? Humph. The epitome of folly. I firmly believe anyone who's fallen for that is destined to get nowhere in life. Which is why, however vivid they may be, I cannot abide by these memories. I have events I've never experienced, of emotions I've never felt. Oh, this is him. This is him. This is hella him. I'm standing in a wheat field I've never seen before, pleading with a girl I've never met. Will you say my name? I ask again and again, a desperate attempt to keep her from leaving me. It's a dream I've seen countless times now. When I awaken from it, my chest is tight and I'm short of breath. Damn, all of his side stuff keep coming back. It's a bitter blend of longing and loss. A heart smitten with a realm of unknown feelings that do not easily lend themselves to words. The most intense of them all is despair at being separated from the girl. I can see her so clearly in the dream, yet the moment I turn her to reality, she's nothing more than an indistinct fog. There are no words for how absurd it all is. Me, yearning for a girl I've only seen in my dreams, makes me want to give myself a nice solid punch in the jaw in hopes I'll wake up. It's probably a result of all the stress I'm under. There is a rational explanation, one which relies neither on fate nor miracles. I keep telling myself to forget all about it, move on with my life. But from somewhere deep within my breast, my very core, I stop myself. You must never forget, cherish those feelings. It's thanks to your time in that realm that you are alive in this one now. Oh shit. Oh shit. Ah.
Oh shit! Ah!
Well, not the final character. The second final character! The only one left now is Morgs. I'm kind of sad that Harvey didn't appear during the Pauline section. It's a little sad. Maybe one day. Huh. No, for the love of God. Don't just stop pouring like that, damn it. It's been one thing after another since I got here. I just got this suit back from the tailor too. God damn it all. A good suit, I will say. As I recall, if I cut through this park, I'll come out at the bus stop. The mere thought of taking the bus in the rain makes me want to gag, though. I agree. Huh. God damn it. I should have just called a cab. I had a string of bad luck that day. I had to stay later than usual to clean up a mess caused by a subordinate. As soon as I'd managed to get out, it decided to start pouring on me. Lunch had been dreadful. I'd missed dinner entirely. The annoyances continued to pile up. Even small things that wouldn't usually bother me started adding to the agitation. It had reached a point where I wouldn't have minded if a meteor struck and eradicated humanity. Of course. I'm just... I missed that general scorn at everything that he has. It's so funny. So when I came across her, I just considered it yet another annoyance to add to the day's stack. As I was crossing through the park, I caught sight of a shadow in the corner of my eye. In that moment, the rain seemed to slow to a crawl. I felt strangely detached from my surroundings. Morgs! Ugh! As the moment approached, I stopped dead in my tracks, though I couldn't conjure up a reason as to why. Normally, I wouldn't have spared the girl even a glance. There's no bigger waste of time than sticking your nose in someone else's business. Something was off about me today. Any reasonable man would have called a cab from the office instead of running through the rain in his brand new suit. I was hardly wanting for money after all. Yet for some reason, I decided to make a mad dash through a nearby park, knowing full well I was going to get drenched in the process. And now, there I was, standing in the rain, enraptured by this girl. It Morgs! It the Morgs! Eee! Everyone has appeared! Ah! Well, not... Okay, white-haired girl hasn't appeared. But she's not gonna. Rip white-haired girl. Never forgetty. She sat on a bench, no umbrella to shield her from the rain. Water streamed down her face, but still she sat unfazed, not even bothered to wipe it away. Her back was straight and her knees held together, very prim and proper, as though there was nothing out of the ordinary about it. For a split second, the sight of her nearly convinced me of the same. A moment's rational thought was all it took to break the illusion. I'd come this close to falling for it. It was like looking at a single frame of a movie. A complete work of art, no room for outside influence. What on earth was going through my head? It was just a damn girl sitting in the rain. Probably a runaway at that. She's got like a cross on her. She's still crazy religious. Sad we didn't get to see Amian. I know. Maybe Amian and Harvey will make their appearance here at some point. Be very nice if they did. If anyone deserves a happy end, it's those two. Why else would someone her age be sitting out in the rain all by herself? Whatever her story, sticking my nose into it was certain to end poorly. Last thing I had time to do was play busybody. Maybe Eamon is around, but they just
You're just Misha's work friend. Whoa! That would be nice. Or they're just like a musician, like they wanted to be. Just playing around the world.
Hey, kid! Hey, I'm talking to you. Yet for some godforsaken reason, I was trying to get her attention.
Are you talking to me?
Her eyes were light and almost translucent gold under the pale yellow street light. Looked like they could pierce right through me. Her voice was a curious thing. I didn't have the words to adequately describe it. It sounded like it was resonating directly in my mind. Sound of it was undeniably beautiful. There was something more there. Like each and every syllable coiled itself around my heart and tried to crush it. Have we met before? What the hell? That wasn't what I had planned to say at all. The words just fell out of my mouth.
Who are you? Do I need to call the police?
Look at that, she was already getting wary. What the hell had gotten into me? I'd been acting inexplicably peculiar.
Oh, Morgs. Do I need to curse you into the damnation of hell? I can't wait for her to say it. I'm gonna tear up.
Just last month, I'd run into a tall woman who seemed strangely familiar. For whatever reason, asked her if we had any shared acquaintances. An absurd thing to inquire of a stranger. I was clearly losing my mind. Even I wouldn't want to associate with me. No, that won't be necessary. Please just ignore that if you would. What I actually want to know is, well, is what a young girl is doing at this time of night all by herself. Foot traffic has almost entirely died down. It's not safe to be here alone. Hurry up and go home.
And who exactly do you think you are? What I do and where I do it is my own business.
I hate to break it to you, little girl. It's every adult's public duty to keep children out of danger. You are definitely not 18 yet.
You keep thinking morgs and morgs as morgs? Like morgs. Wait, what?
I'll have you know, I'm in my 20s, thank you.
Sure you are.
Well, you certainly don't look it, even setting aside the question of your age for a moment.
Like the stupid YouTube family? Oh, pfft. Let's not think about that. I don't even know what that is. I would think Morgs is in, like, the cat Morgana from Persona. If anything else.
You're gonna get yourself sick sitting out in the rain like that. I don't care if you got into a fight with your parents and it's awkward being at home. You need to stop being so stubborn and go back. You're being a public nuisance.
Oh, Jacopo. These stitches haven't changed a bit.
Is that so? Well, I'm not a nuisance to myself, so if you're so bothered, maybe you should go home. Have a nice day.
Hey now, watch your tone, girl. This is for your own good.
For my own good, huh? Your definition of being a concerned citizen involves butting into a stranger's business, reprimanding them unprovoked, and then finally calling them a nuisance. You're such a thoughtful, caring gentleman. Thank you oh so much for your gracious consideration. Happy.
You do not know when to shut up, do you, child? All I'm saying is that it's not a good idea for a girl your age to be out here.
Well, your concern is a nuisance to me. Leave me alone.
Fine, you win. What the hell ever. I was stupid to pretend I cared. Don't come whining to me if it turns out I was right. It's not like I care or whatever. Ugh. Kids these days, I swear to God, they don't know how to respect their damn elders. Christ, I should have never been bothered with her. Complete and utter waste of time. Now I'm probably gonna miss the bus too. That kiosk is still open. Maybe it sells umbrellas.
Are you gonna get an umbrella? Are you gonna care?
Damn it, don't just stand there like an idiot, Jacopo. Forget about the stupid girl. I've got an early morning. I have to get going. Oh, for Christ's sake, what the hell's gotten into me?
It's them memories. What happened to her? Is she having like a bad life? Morgs, please. Please tell me you're not doing blood rituals.
You again. I thought you went home. Did you get bored and decide to come parrot me again?
Are you only capable of speaking in biting remarks, girl? Of course I didn't get bored. I missed the goddamn bus because of you.
That doesn't explain why you came back. Are you going to demand I pay your bus fare?
Probably.
I beg your pardon. Do I look so miserly miserly that I would make a child hand over pocket change?
You certainly do.
I swear to God, I'm gonna be here all night if I entertain every snide remark of yours. I'm done. Take this.
Huh? An umbrella? What for?
Because leaving you here to soak all night would leave a bad taste in my mouth.
Why should whatever happens to me have any effect on you? And before you ask, no. I don't have the money to pay for that.
I'm not, and I never intended to ask you to pay me for it. It's just a cheap plastic umbrella, for God's sake.
And you only bought one? You didn't get one for yourself as well?
Don't worry about me. I live in the neighborhood.
But...
Quit your griping and take the damn umbrella.
But you're gonna take a bus.
What? Hey! Don't shove it in my face!
There, it's yours now. Now get yourself home and quickly, you hear me?
Just walks up and he's like, huh, I did a real cool thing there.
What on earth is that man's problem?
The next morning it was still raining, sky covered in a thick layer of dark clouds. It wasn't even rainy season. Why couldn't the sky just dump everything in one big downpour and let us be done with it? God, I feel that. Continued through the day, showing no signs of letting up even as the sun went down. A slow, constant drizzle was like my mood made manifest. In the 3 years since my work had brought me here, I'd only gotten busier and busier. I hadn't even had time to properly accustom myself to life in France.
Oh, he didn't come here voluntarily. He probably still hates it.
The slew of crap being hurled at me wasn't helping. I'd managed to learn the language, but the cultural barrier still stood tall between me and the locals. Which point you might say, then just go home already. I was too stubborn to go crawling back with nothing to show for my time here.
It's just like, this isn't real food. Give me my Italian shit.
At the very least, I wanted to get my company off the ground, most sustainable first. Otherwise, the whole endeavor would be a failure. Which was why I was staying at the office day in and day out. The harder I worked myself, the lazier and more incompetent everyone else seemed. The more irritated I grew with them. Drinking and smoking were essentially the only outlets I had for my constantly mounting stress.
He has not changed.
Ugh, it certainly is crowded today. Oh, right, it's the weekend. God, I can't even remember what day of the week it is anymore. There's no way I'll be able to relax with this many people here. Guess I'll just grab one drink and go.
Oh, heck!
You haven't been in France very long then.
Musically enough, I was only transferred here a month ago.
Oh, Nate, speaking of, a month ago was when Maria and I came to Paris on vacation. Which is when I started thinking about moving here.
So wait, you're saying you decided on everything and moved to a foreign country in a span of a month?
Yep, I mean, yes. My mom was not terribly pleased with me either. Once I set my mind on something, I usually make a beeline for it.
Huh, no need to be so tense. Please, make yourself comfortable.
If you say so, sure. I'll try. You know, when you first bumped into me, I was kind of scared. Turns out you're not so scary at all. You actually seem really sweet and respectable.
Sweet and respectable, you say. I'm flattered. I don't see myself as either. He's just like, ugh, gross. What the hell do these two Asians think they're doing here? The far end of the counter is my seat, damn it. Not that I reserved it, but I know this place is quite accommodating to foreigners. I can't stand all the obnoxious tourists it attracts on top of that. Aren't you basically a tourist? Kind not really, I guess, but that said, I feel like I've seen that man somewhere before. Maybe from a company we contracted out to. Now I'd remember him more clearly if that was the case. No idea. It's unimportant anyway. Where's an open seat at the counter? There we go. Hey, barkeep. One of the usual, on the rocks. Excuse me, my bottle's already empty. And get me a new one, please. I don't remember drinking that much. Good lord. Are you sure you didn't leave the bottle open and it all evaporated? Huh. I'm joking, yes. I would be able to tell from the taste if you mishandle it that badly. Huh. The color's just right. The glass is beautiful. And the ice perfectly cut. If only it weren't so loud here, it'd be perfect. And now a drink to wind down from work.
Clap!
Ah, that it's the spot. Nothing in this world beats an iced cold beer. You there. I'm trying to enjoy my drink in peace, damn it. Keep it down and maybe try acting a little more ladylike, would you? Excuse me, hell's your problem? This is a bar. I can drink as loud as I damn well please. And miss me with that last century chauvinism while you're at it. Sit somewhere else if you're gonna be a little bitch about it. I only sat next to you because I thought it was the only seat open. I didn't choose this arrangement any more than you did. Alright, so they aren't friends. Probably for the best. There are plenty of other bars in town. Apparently not yet. Their mutual aggressiveness, question mark, will bring them together in a nice, friendly, platonic relationship. In which she doesn't destroy his life, maybe? And in which he doesn't destroy his own life, maybe? Question mark? Hopefully. And this is the bar with my bottle keep. God, you're such a baby. Maybe you need to learn how to act like a proper gentleman. When you see a woman alone at a counter, repeat after me. Good day to you, m'lady. Are you alone? Then please allow me to buy you a drink. No more beer for you. A glass of the most expensive whiskey they have, Tip's hat. He did have a fedora in the 1869 setting, remember. Give it a try. I'm still a beer girl myself, though. I'd sooner choke on my own tongue. If you want someone to offer you a drink, act like an actual damn lady. Do you ever stop whining, dude? Holy crap. Wait, I feel like we've met somewhere before. You're trying to hit on me now. Sorry, but And I have no interest in foul-mouthed, short-haired girls with attitudes. Try somewhere else.
Choke on a dick. Who the hell would try hitting an asshole like you?
No, I just feel like I remember being pissed off at you.
Oh, now I remember. You're the dick who bumped into me.
That's some great memory. Can't say I remember every single person I brushed shoulders with.
Well, you were a huge ass for me and my friend. Apologize right now.
Pardon? The fact that I don't remember clearly means it wasn't that big a deal. I see no reason I should be forced to apologize.
They're like best friends already. Oh my god.
It may not have been a big deal to you. It sure was one for me.
You put me in a bad mood for the rest of the day, which went and ruined a perfectly good vacation. And the crap just kept piling on after I got back. I ended up clocking my boss, getting fired, being blacklisted from the fashion industry.
Oh. This was all because he brushed shoulders with her.
So I decided, hey, I'll start over in a new place. The one place I was finally able to get work at is about to shut down.
Most of that doesn't sound remotely like my fault. No, how dare you?
Screw you, everything's your fault. I dropped all my luck when you slammed into me that day. Barkeep, fill me up again.
Oh, good lord. Cancel that and pour her a glass from my bottle, would you?
Huh? After all that smack you talked, you're actually buying me a drink.
I'm not normally a man to offer drinks to random women I sit next to. But they don't tend to wail endlessly on me like a miserable banshee either. You get a pity glass.
Did you just call me a miserable banshee? You sure know how to piss a girl off.
You also need a lesson in how to properly enjoy good whiskey. You don't just down it all in like a beer, you hear me? Best friends! I'm telling you, they don't even need like years of history. They just click. You have to savor it. Take a sip, roll it around the top of your tongue, let the aroma soak in, then swallow. Give it a try.
Seriously? Now you're lecturing me on how to drink. Just let me enjoy it how I want to. Yeesh.
Quit gripping it and do it how I told you, damn it.
Aye, aye, Captain. Holy shit! This whiskey's a fucking bomb. I don't usually drink it because it tastes like sweaty asshole, but this stuff ain't half bad.
I told you.
So hey, is there only one glass worth of pity in you?
You are one ravenous woman. Whatever. Have as much as you want.
Booyah! You make me want to chew one glass, but you're not a terrible dude.
I've changed my mind. I don't want to share another drop with you.
I'm just kidding. Learn to take a joke, man. Haha.
I love them. How's it already this late?
Late? The night's all young, dude. You got a wife and kids to get back to or something.
Hate to disappoint you, but I'm single. I have to be up early for work tomorrow.
Damn, you work on the weekends.
Someone's a busy boy, huh? You don't look like the food service type either. I mean, right about that. I work at a real estate agency primarily targets wealthy expatriates. Everyone there is utterly useless, so I'm essentially managing the entire branch myself.
Ew, I smell a lot of money in that. You're the kind of guy who lounges around counting big stacks of bills, aren't you? Riches before bitches, yeah?
Because most guys, when you buy a girl a drink, the idea is to get them drunk enough to come home with you. As I said, I have zero interest in a woman as crass as you. Or are you insinuating you want to come to my place?
Oh, hell no. I jump off a bridge before going home with you.
I still have a pretty decent time drinking with you, though.
Feels like we've known each other for years. Maybe because, since we're both Italian.
Oh, hey!
I mean,
That's probably not it, but I don't know what else it could be.
It's weird, because when you first sat down, I wanted to break your jaw.
I was thinking almost the same about you. You don't feel much like a woman, which makes it easier to talk to you.
Damn, you're a huge dick.
I'm pretty smoking hot if I do say so myself. Whatever. Makes my life a whole lot easier if you don't have to worry about you trying to feel me up every 10 seconds. We should get drinks again sometime. Something tells me this ain't the last we'll be seeing of each other. It's like... it was one of my favorite parts of the prequel game. Just seeing these two being friends. I was just waiting for him to show up and meet her, and they'd just be like, pretty much doing this.
And then she's gonna run a cafe, and everyone's gonna run a cafe too, and be customers, and it's gonna be great. And Morgana's gonna have a great time, and nothing bad's gonna happen.
How can it even go wrong for him at this point? I mean, I guess, you know, how it did before, but not really. I mean, I don't want to say that because it's gonna go wrong. I would certainly hope it is. If our paths cross a third time, I can only assume malicious forces are at work.
Yeah, you do your little snarky act. Get it out of your system. I'm pretty sure that there'll be a third time for us. Oh, one more thing. Name's Maria. Now you don't have any excuse to call me a miserable banshee next time. What's yours?
Jacopo.
Yeah, I definitely know that name from somewhere. Jacopo. Buonanotte.
I like how I made her an absolute, like, East girl. And she's Italian. Well, I was in there longer than planned. The rain still hasn't let up either. I guess I'll just take the same shortcut through the park. Oh no, what a shame. Is that? No. God damn it, Morgs! You're gonna get a cold! I couldn't believe my eyes. A young girl sitting alone at a bench in the rain, exactly as I'd seen her yesterday. For a second, I wondered if I had gone back in time, but I knew that was impossible, which meant she'd been there since yesterday. Hey, kid! You're still here.
You again? And you reek of alcohol. Are you drunk?
I'm not drunk. I merely enjoyed a nice glass to wind down. What I've been doing doesn't matter. Question is, what are you doing out here in the rain yet again? What happened to the umbrella I gave you?
It was stolen while I was briefly away.
What? Wait, no. The umbrella isn't important. Don't tell me you've actually been here since yesterday. Is there some reason you can't go home? And ask a friend if you can stay at their place. At least find somewhere you can have a roof over your head. Are you planning on being homeless permanently? You could try saying something, maybe.
My life is none of your business.
As I said last time, that's not reason enough for me to just ignore you. Last night I assumed it was a straightforward runaway case, but if there's more to it, that's all more reason for someone else to get involved.
As I keep saying, leave me alone. It's none of your concern what happens to me.
Fine, I'll let the police deal with you.
Excuse me? Why should the police have to be involved? Have I broken any laws?
I can't abide by an unattended runaway. You want me to leave you alone, which leaves me with only one choice. Let the authorities take you in. Dealing with lawbreakers isn't the only duty of the police.
Then I'll find a different park where you won't see me.
Why are you so determined to stay in the damn park, anyway? The point is, you can't be here. Going to another park doesn't change that. For the love of God, just go home, child. It's not safe for a girl to be sleeping out here all alone. How can you not realize that?
I am obviously aware of the dangers.
Then why?
Heavens, you are insufferable.
Oh, I just got a little portrait. Oh, are you finally going home?
Absolutely not. I am simply relocating somewhere without as many obnoxious drunkards around to pester me. Have a nice life. I will apologize for the umbrella, though.
The girl gave me a vicious scowl, then turned and began walking away. I'd given her plenty of warnings, plenty of advice. I'd done my due diligence. Pushing it any harder was a waste of both of our time. She could deal with the consequences of her own decisions, whatever they ended up being. It wasn't my business. She was an ungrateful, petulant little brat. I had nothing but a migraine to gain from offering her any consideration. So I just wouldn't, and that was best for my sanity.
I really love all of the artwork in this. I was a little bit worried that it was going to be too anime for me. But it's all, like, nice. Like, you know, it's not distasteful in any way. It's like everyone looks proportionate, you know? Yeah, I was honestly just worried about the big anime eye shit. Like making all of the girls super moe. Oof. It's not too bad though. It's actually I actually really like it.
It wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it. Came a mantra in my head. My hand appeared to have missed a memo, because when I looked up next, it was clasped around her upper arm.
What are you?
She turned her head back towards me, frowning and clearly bewildered. I was probably about equally confused. I could practically hear her chewing me out in her mind about the mixed messages I was sending. If you don't have anywhere else to go, I figured she would have already smacked my hand away and threatened to call the police by now. What I saw instead was a girl who looked cornered and out of options. My grip around her arm tightened. How was I going to finish that statement? None of the follow-ups I could think of seemed wise, or sane at that. But the other option, letting her go and doing nothing, was entirely out of the question. You can stay at my place.
What? Stay at your place? You're joking, right?
Much to my own dismay, I'm evidently dead serious. I have food, a bed, and anything else you may need. It's better than sleeping outside in a park, at least. The choice is obviously yours, however. Know that if you choose to stay somewhere without a roof over your head, I will call the police and report you as a runaway.
That sounds an awful lot like a threat.
I'd like to think I'm simply ensuring you get what's best for you.
Alternatively, I could start screaming. And then when I've drawn enough attention, I can slip away and head to a different jurisdiction where the police can't do anything.
By all means, I won't stop you.
Well, we've reached an understanding then.
What's that supposed to mean?
I'll go to your place. In the end, it doesn't matter where I go, after all. What? You look confused.
No, I'm just surprised you actually took me up on the offer.
Why should you be surprised when you're the one who proposed it? Now let go of my arm and show me the way. I do really like the little bow that she has in her thing. It's very cute.
Right, fine. The words came out sounding more limp than I had intended. I was quite relieved, though, despite how displeased she looked. The reasonable thing to do in this situation was obviously to not engage with her at all, just silently report her to the authorities. But I'd gone for perhaps the most unreasonable solution imaginable. I couldn't tell at a glance how old she was, but she certainly wasn't in her 20s like she claimed. I was an adult man inviting a minor to stay at my place. If anyone in this scenario was going to be spending quality time with the police, it was me.
Wee woo.
I'd clearly lost my goddamn mind, though, because even in the face of that, I had no intention of rescinding my offer. If you told me I would end up picking up a woman, hell, not even a woman, but a girl at the park tonight as opposed to the bar I just left, I would have laughed in your face.
Oh my god, he's got a PS4! Ah! They can play video games together. They can play this great new visual novel called, Mata Noramga.
He's a gamer boy! In my apartment, the girl stood perfectly still, her gaze slowly crawling over the layout of my living room. Was she not used to seeing other people's homes? Was it just that it was a man's abode? Try not to stare too much, would you? I rarely have guests, so it's a bit of a mess.
Yes, what a mess. Ah, everything's, there's that paper on the table. Ah.
It looks quite clean to me.
Oh no, he's an e-boy.
Huh, now that's the last thing I expected to hear from you. If a teenage girl says so, it must be true.
It's been bothering me for a while, but could you please stop acting like I'm a child? I even talk like I'm an old witch.
Oh right, you're in your 20s, I forgot. Then I'd better give you the adult treatment instead.
When you gave me the umbrella yesterday, you said you lived nearby.
Huh? What about it? It is close, not even 30-minute drive.
Are all grown men compelled to downplay their struggles, or is it just you? I took that to mean you lived a few minutes away. This is hardly what I would call in the neighborhood. Partway through the cab ride, I began to suspect you were actually kidnapping me.
But I would do no such thing, as I've told you on multiple occasions. I am not a creep. Well, I'll show you my ID if that'll make you feel any better. Got my driver's license, my passport. I'll even dig out my birth certificate if you want to see that. I have nothing to hide. The last time, I'm only for providing you shelter until whatever's going on blows over and you can go home. Until then, you're free to make yourself at home here.
You're inscrutable.
Excuse me, who are you calling inscrutable? I'm just offering you some hospitality. A silent treatment. Well, whatever. You must be hungry. It won't be anything fancy, but I'll throw dinner together.
Don't burn the house down.
No, but you're gonna want to get changed first, huh? I'll get sick of you staying in that wet dress. Give me a minute, I'll go find something.
No, you needn't bother.
I needn't bother. What's with that sudden stuffy act? I thought you had a sassy retort for everything. Anyway, I'll go grab a towel and some clothes. You sit down until I get... Hold on. You kind of...
What? Get away from me.
really smell.
Ew! Has she been out there for like this whole time?
How long has it been since you last bathed? I thought the apartment smelled kind of weird when we got in, but no, it was just you, I guess.
Morgana, how have you been eating?
Smell? As in,
I stink! Correct, you smell like a wet dog. Impressively foul. Yeah. The shower's right there. Go clean all that nasty gunk off you. You can toss your clothes in the washer while you're at it. Never in my life have I met a woman in her 20s who let herself go around smelling like a damn animal.
In.
Pardon.
Burn in hell, you fiend! Yay! That's the morgues I know and love. She set the line! She did it! Ah!
That seems a bit excessive, I think.
Well, yeah, because he just called her stinky. I'd be a little embarrassed about that.
Oh, how do I get rid of that? There we go. I think she started blushing the minute he called her stinky.
Unbelievable.
Oh shit! Phoenix!
A few minutes later, I heard the sound of running water coming from the bathroom. As off as the girl was, it seemed she at least knew how to use a shower. She hadn't been raised by wolves in the forest. That was a relief. After checking to make sure that the door to the shower area was properly closed, I went into the bathroom and put a freshly washed shirt and a pair of pants in a basket by the sink.
It is the cutie Coco's. How was?
They probably wouldn't fit her, but I didn't keep any smaller clothes on hand. She'd just have to make do. It was honestly rather strange hearing sounds that weren't mine at home. When I told the girl I rarely had guests, the truth was, I never did. I was somewhat more social back before I moved to France. I hadn't made any friends here close enough to invite over. An image of the woman I'd met at the bar today, Maria, flashed into my mind. Supposedly, it wasn't actually our first encounter, but I sincerely couldn't remember bumping into her before. At first, I thought of her merely loud and overbearing, but by the time we parted ways, I'd grown quite comfortable with her.
Almost like best friends.
Once someone had left a bad impression on me, it was rare for it to ever improve, and certainly never that quickly. Perhaps I could invite her over sometime and we could chat over drinks or something, or maybe play video games because I have a PS4 in my room. That might be fun. We hadn't given each other our numbers though. I doubted we'd ever accidentally run into each other for a third time, so maybe not. But for now, I needed to focus my attention on the girl. How long did girls her age usually spend in showers? Unfortunately, I didn't have any sisters or younger cousins as I was growing up. I had no idea what to expect. I just knew it felt like she was taking forever in there. Figured I should go ahead and make dinners in the meantime. Take my mind off the waiting. I guess that'll do. Would be better if I hadn't added the sauce before making sure I had enough tomatoes.
Oh heck, he's making Italian food.
It tastes fine though. Now to wait for the water to boil. Dak!
Oh heck, I think this is like the first time we've seen her without plaits.
For Christ, I didn't see you there. Could have said something, god damn. Hold on. Whoa, put some clothes on, for God's sake. This is not how you conduct yourself in a stranger's house.
Yeah, he's got 2 controllers. It's like, you know, when you have the Switch, right? You put it on, and then, like, the battery dies in, like, 2 seconds, so you have to change it. I actually do use mine while it's charging. And then, like... Or, like, I use it normally,
And when the battery's dying, I just charge it. I just like keep it charged and use it. I have a super long wire for that. My Switch always dies. I'm just saying, every time I'm like playing a game in docked mode, it's like dead immediately. Well, at least my batteries. You did see I set pants out for you too, right? You could fit 2 of me in those pants, and the legs were so long I'd almost certainly trip on them. I decided it was more comfortable to not wear them. That doesn't mean you can just go around wearing only. And why is that? The shirt is long enough on me to be a dress. I don't see the problem. Everything about it is a problem. You're a young girl carelessly exposing your legs to an older man. Ah, so you're insinuating that my attire has caused you to have untoward thoughts about me. You are a degenerate. Oh no. A degenerate male. No! She ties her hair in pigtails. It's Tenko! And a repulsive human being. It's just the word degenerate. It just... images flew through my head. I'm not having untoward thoughts about you. I just mean you won't have anyone to blame but yourself for dressing like that if something happens to you. Yes, that's what all sex offenders say. You blame your victims for wearing revealing clothing and claim no responsibility for your own actions. A man is allowed to dress like a slob whenever he pleases, but a woman must be prim and proper all the time. Is that what you're saying? Right, she's relentless. Damn it, Jacobo, calm yourself down. She's a goddamn child. Bit of leg isn't gonna do anything for you. Deep breaths, calm ocean waves. Humph, you make a fair point. It's not as though you're in any way physically attractive to me. I take back what I said. Dress as slovenly as your heart desires. You can roam about in nothing but your underwear and it won't faze me. Then perhaps I shall. No, don't. Should check out Coffee Talk. It seems like Valhalla. Oh, I already have Coffee Talk. I got it as a birthday present. I'm super excited to play it after I finish Valhalla. Don't even think about it. Didn't even look up there. I'm kidding. I would like to maintain at least a degree of modesty. Wearing nothing but a shirt counts as modesty to you. So what is it you're making? It's spaghetti and meat sauce. Nothing exciting, just throwing together a quick store-bought dinner. I never realized a quick store-bought meal involved cutting fresh onions, cooking fresh ground beef, crushing fresh tomatoes. This is most educational. Yes, those are her bare leggies. He gave her pants, but then she was like, they're too big for me, screw it. Does every word that comes out of your mouth have to be dripping with sarcasm? This isn't even close to a proper homemade sauce. Let me tell you about real Italian sauce. It's not like this French shit. Go into a whole lecture. But yes, that's a bit big on you. You should change back into your clothes when the laundry's done. Don't you dare suggest there's some deeper, sinister meaning there. I just can't imagine something that loose would be comfortable. Yes, whatever you say. Do you have any women's clothing I can use, then? You are Italian, are you not? Yeah. I assume you would have a few spare outfits lying around for one-night stands. Hey, watch it. Just because I'm Italian doesn't automatically mean I'm promiscuous. Damn. Back when I worked at Olive Garden. You're not popular with women, then? Ah. Jacobus almost getting roasted. That's his entire life. That and stabbed.
Why does it have to be one or the other? How did you know I was Italian anyway? We were both speaking French, and I hadn't used any other language in many months.
Might as well be din at this rate.
The majority of people in these parts were some form of Latin European. It wouldn't be easy to pinpoint someone's nationality by their appearance. Did I have an accent then? I felt like my pronunciation was fairly standard. Maybe I wasn't the best judge of that. She cocked her head to the side, seemingly unsure how to answer, which likely meant it wasn't something as obvious as an accent.
Now that you mention it, I'm not sure. I just thought you were from the moment I saw you. I never considered otherwise. How strange.
Huh, curious. It's not unbelievable, I suppose. In any case, yes, I am from Italy. Are you familiar with Sicily? She nodded. I was born in Sicily, but I only lived there for a few years. As a kid, I was constantly moving all over Italy. Now I'm here for work.
Do you ever feel like going back?
To Sicily? No, never. There's nothing there. Not even fond childhood memories. And I hate family gatherings. She fell silent for a minute, muttered I see under her breath, and didn't pursue it any further. Which honestly I was grateful for. I didn't particularly enjoy talking about my family. Evidently, some generations back, our ancestors had ties to the Mafia. That reputation still came with the name today.
Oh.
As a child, the other kids tended to keep their distance, hence no fond memories of that period. We lived in a mostly rural area. Rumors spread quickly and mercilessly. In turn, led to difficulty at school. Trouble graduating even became an obstacle of finding work.
I wanted Maria to go through that then.
It was like every little thing I did was monitored everywhere I went. I could feel those stares, see them waiting to pounce at my any slip-up. It was suffocating. When I did screw something up, it was all living up to your family's name I see from every direction. I had no prospects in that country. They would make it damn sure of that. I left as quickly as I could manage. I'd expected the girl to say something snippy in response, but she stayed uncharacteristically quiet. I felt wrong not hearing anything sarcastic coming from her. Ugh, but that's not really a story for now. Dinner will be ready soon. Take a seat elsewhere and wait. There's a TV in the living room and a PS4. You can watch and play whatever games you want.
Like, whoa! You have Kingdom Hearts? Whoa! I love that series. It's so stupid.
She gave a curt nod, then trotted out into the living room.
You have Kingdom Hearts 3? Wow! Let me tell you how much I hate it.
She gave a curt nod, then trotted into the living room. Man, it really throws me off balance when she's not fighting me at every junction. Hey, food's ready. What the hell are you doing? When I stepped into the living room with 2 plates of fresh spaghetti, I was greeted with the girl staring at the remote, still as a statue. After frowning at it for a while, she turned her head up to face me.
Oh. No, I really changed. Playing from Chain of Memories, the best Kingdom Hearts. Just like, I need to leave. Going back to the park. God damn.
You tell me to watch TV, but I can't figure out how to use the remote. I push the button, but it won't come on.
God damn, girl.
What on earth is she talking about? She didn't know how to use a remote. She couldn't be serious.
No. Oh, do you not have a TV at home? I guess you can do everything on a computer and phone these days. You wouldn't necessarily need one.
I don't have a computer or a phone either.
What kind of life have you had, girl? Christ. It's the 21st century, for God's sake. Are you secretly an old woman? An Amish, maybe? How do you keep track of your schedule? Buy plane tickets, reserve your seat at the movie theater without a smartphone. Damn!
How rude. You can use an agenda to track your schedule. Buy plane tickets at the airport. Buy movie tickets at the theater counter. It sounds like you're too reliant on your phone.
Fine. I reluctantly give you that you can live without one, but it deprives you of a great many conveniences and luxuries. Yeah, excuse me, Phoenix? I'm afraid you're among, the wrong people right now to be saying such things. Pulls out knife. Wow! You could at least pretend to take it back. Well, that ground you're walking on is pretty thin. So... better be careful over there. I reluctantly give you that you can live without one. Modern civilization is built under the assumption that everyone has these devices. They are accommodations that you simply cannot make use of if you don't keep up with the times to a certain degree.
Not everyone sees the world as the same as you. And for all your insistence that I do, you don't seem to be getting much enjoyment out of the life you're pushing.
Goddamn, child, forget it. Just give me the remote. Look, the red button turns it on and off. Then you push the numbers to change the channel. See? That's all it took. How could you not even work out that much yourself?
Right there. That's them in purple with the big wings. Well, you're lucky I'm not streaming it anymore. Hump. Hump. Harumph.
Oh.
There's too many buttons. What are all the other ones doing there if that's all you need to turn it on?
Obviously, you need to be able to set recordings, browse a guide, connect it to the internet, and so on.
That's too complicated. Why can't it be more straightforward?
Hup. Then you'll just have to get an old-fashioned TV that can't record anything and only has a couple of channels for your home.
I can't.
Huh? Why can't? I stopped myself before finishing the question, though. I was talking to her like I would an adult, even though she was still a child who unconvincingly insisted she was in her 20s. It wasn't safe to assume she didn't have these things by choice. That she didn't own a phone or a computer because she didn't want one. Her parents' shadows hovered behind her. They were complete unknowns in this equation. If her parents wouldn't let her have these things, that was that. A fact that had slipped my mind until just now.
It was probably Chain of Memories. Hell, even one would probably do it for me. Being like, what the shit's going on in this game? As much as I enjoyed it.
Hey, do your parents...
Hey, Recoded. Hey, Recoded was kind of fun story-wise-ish. It's just fucking weird. Okay, maybe I only found it fun because it had my boy in it for like 2 seconds. TV's quite an obnoxious device, isn't it? So many people talking all at once, it gives me a headache.
Would you just change the subject on me? Well, if you didn't want to talk about it, it would be best not to push the issue. However, I was fairly certain that was where I would find the answer to why she hadn't been sleeping all alone in a park in the rain. The question was whether I would actually involve myself enough to get that out of her. question I didn't want to consider right now. Well, we can always change it to something else. There are channels that do nothing but play music, like a radio. That would be better, I'm guessing. I switched it over to a music channel. A woman with a high-pitched voice was singing to poppy music. I never heard of her before. The song was rather grating, I thought, but it seemed like something a girl her age would be fond of.
I don't like her voice very much. I think I would rather listen to classical. Change it to that.
Yeah, you don't get to make jokes. How dare! Only Kingdom Hearts fans are allowed to talk shit. Especially Chain of Memories. I don't care how terrible that game is, you're not allowed to say shit about it. I couldn't have been further off the mark. I knew next to nothing about her, but it looked like I wasn't gonna get anywhere applying my ideas of what normal teenage girl was like to her.
What are you laughing about?
Nothing. Classical, huh? Not a bad choice. That's my favorite kind of music after jazz.
I see. And here I thought you were going to whine about it.
Hey, do I really seem like such a petty man to you? Anyway, you're the one who does all the whining here, but never mind that. What I wanted to say originally is, dinner's ready, though it's gotten kinda cold by now. Might want to warm it back up. Do you know what a microwave is?
Of course I do. Don't belittle me.
It was a genuine question. I still didn't have a solid grasp on what she did and didn't understand yet. She sat down at the table and stared intently at her plate of spaghetti. Surely she actually knew how to eat it, didn't she? French people. I gestured with my chin for her to start eating, and she slowly reached down to pick up her fork, like she was afraid it would bite her or something. Watching her felt like I had taken in a stray cat. Morgana is a cat confirmed! Morgana is a cat confirmed! He has called her a cat, it's canon! That mean I was now trying to win her trust with food? That was one hell of an image. E-boy and cat girl. No! Once she finally got the first bite down, I started in on my own. It wasn't cold yet, but it was a step above lukewarm. The noodles were harder than al dente. Far from ideal. How dare! It tasted well, barely average. If I hadn't had the proper ingredients, I could have made a meal befitting of the music, but alas. I really should have stopped by the store on my way back. I like how Jacopo is the best cook in this game. Stop. What the hell, Jacopo? You want to cook a 3-course meal for a damn stray? Like you said, a quick store-bought dinner is more than good enough for her. The kid's not gonna be grateful no matter what I make her anyway. It's good! Oh! What? Oh! Glad to hear it.
You look flabbergasted.
I just didn't expect you to say anything nice about it. Don't think this is the best I can do, you hear me? I can make better! And I can make a real respectable meal too. I'm very particular about both my ingredients and my spices.
I see. I think this is very good as it is, though.
Oh, you do? Well, thanks. Why am I the one thanking her? Christ. It strikes me I haven't cooked for anyone else in a long time, or eaten with anyone for that matter.
Oh, that's a shame, although I haven't shared a table with anyone in some time either.
Comments like that made me want to ask her about her home situation, but I swallowed my words along with a mouthful of spaghetti. What she did say was enough to infer that things weren't especially pleasant for her there.
No.
Why she gotta suffer all the time? Even Michelle got good parents this time.
Although all I could do was guess about exactly how bad it was. After that, we ate our dinners in silence. It was an oddly comfortable, relaxing kind of quiet.
We are the parents. Spoilers. Chat is Papa Coco. Wait a minute.
Made especially curious considering the circumstances. I was sharing it with a teenage runaway while classical music played in the background. Somehow I felt a sort of deja vu. I knew for a fact I'd never met the child before. I knew for a fact I'd never been in this situation before.
No, Vivi! Ah! I can't believe this. It's supposed to be a nice, wholesome moment. You can't do this to me. What if I'm Papa?
I knew for a fact I'd never met a child before. I'd never been in this situation before. I still knew it was somewhere far, unimaginably far in the past. The girl's mercilessly sharp tongue, as well as her tendency to turn meek and considerate at the drop of a hat. But above all, the countless times like this we'd shared. After we'd finished eating, I went to take a quick shower. By the time I was out, I'd gotten rather late. The girl was sitting on the couch, eyes locked on the TV, which was still playing classical music. I don't think that makes it better either. It was a shame the channel only broadcast nature photographs to accompany the music. Footage of an orchestra performing the piece would really round out the experience. As a simple slideshow, it was something you put on the background, not sat on the couch and watched. I believe I said you were free to change the channel, put a movie on, read a book, whatever you want. And here you see me doing what I wanted. If I need to watch a movie or read a book, then command me to do so. Damn it, I'm not here to order you around. Ugh, I'm just trying to be nice, Christ. But hey, if that makes you happy, then by all means. About time for bed, though. You can use the bedroom down the hall. I'm sleeping on the sofa. You'll have the room to yourself. Well, do you have something you want to say? I was certain you were going to try to sleep with me. Sleep what? Not a chance in hell. Are you out of your goddamn mind? I couldn't think of any other reason you would bring me here and offer so much hospitality.
What if Flint is dad? Flint is dad and mum. You get all the responsibilities. Here is a child. Take care of it now.
Now, for the love of God. I told you at the outset that I was just providing you a shelter until things blew over. I have no interest in goddamn children. Oh, I see. She let out a barely audible sigh of relief, not even bothering to object to me calling her a child. Did that mean she'd just been sitting there because she was too scared to bring herself to do anything else? If that was the case, I could only imagine how rough it must have been waiting for me to get out of the shower. Maybe I could if I were a goddamn pushover. Don't put yourself in deliberately scary situations, idiot. Don't try to sleep in the park or casually follow strange men home, or wear nothing but a goddamn shirt if you know it's gonna do this to you. Act in your own interest for once instead of deliberately acting against them at every turn. You're the one who told me to come back with you in the first place. There's nothing scary about this. Who knows what would have happened if you actually stayed in that park? It's not safe out there.
Hell, it's a miracle you made it as long as you did without anything happening. Given how bad you smelled, you went out there for just a day or two. How long has it been, huh? When you'd run away from home?
Stop shouting. I only stayed outside for about a week.
A week? Morgs.
What? Huh. God, you're one lucky girl. Whole week out there alone. Nothing did happen to you, right? No strange men tried to do anything.
One man did attempt to touch me.
What? And are you okay?
I pulled up my sleeve, showed him my arm, and he ran off.
Oh no. Oh no. You showed him your arm? What does that have to do with anything?
Because I look like this.
The girl quietly brought her hand up to the buttons on his shirt, undoing the top and then the next. Before I could get a word out, she dropped the shirt around her shoulders. Her back was covered in hideous markings. It felt like I was gonna gag at the sight of it. The markings looked like something between burn scars, endlessly crisscrossing lacerations, and something you might see on someone with a rare disease. I'd never seen anything quite like it before. One look at this is enough to scare most people off. There are none who would attempt to lay a hand on me, or worse. The man assumed I had some sort of horrible disease, and not wanting to catch it himself, he ran off very quickly. So no, I'm not acting against my own interests. I knew perfectly well I was in no danger out there. See, you're scared too. What did I tell you? No, I wasn't scared. I just lost my voice. My chest was so tight I could barely breathe. I felt almost like I had forgotten how to entirely. Was I sinking deeper and deeper into a mire? What the hell was going on? Why was this happening? Sure, the scars were grotesque and extremely unpleasant to look at. This feeling was not rooted in either fear or disgust. It was... God, what was it? And those are the scars you failed to heal. You left her with them, and then proceeded to inflict even greater wounds upon her soul. You scarred her in a way she will never ever recover from. Ugh.
What?
The next thing I realized, I was on my knees, breathing rough, and my hands clenched before my heart. What the hell was that? There was a voice condemning me, reminding me of my mistakes, accompanied by a crushing torrent of emotions.
I apologize for showing you without warning. I didn't think they would sicken you so much.
No, that's not it. Your scars don't sicken me in the slightest. Knowing that I gave them to you.
What are you talking about? We met yesterday. You couldn't possibly have caused these.
They were
not given to me by anyone, nor are they caused by disease. I've had them forever, my whole life.
She's had them forever.
Are you sure you're okay? If the terrible marks on my skin are triggering a bad memory, I apologize. I'm very sorry.
What are you apologizing for? That's not like you.
Not like me? What are you talking about? We haven't known each other a day. You don't know a single thing about me.
Huh. You're absolutely right. What the hell am I talking about? Something's gotten into me. I'm sorry. As you say, I couldn't have caused your scars. However, what I said still stands. They don't bother me. Stop being so self-deprecating about your body. Please don't do it again. She felt silent for a few moments as though in thought, then gave a soft nod, to which I responded with an equally soft chuckle. The tightness of my chest remained entirely unrelieved, though. Had I honestly done nothing to cause those scars? God, with scars like yours shown up in my dreams before, and every time I do something to her, I just can't remember what. Why bring this up now, though? If I told her we've met in my dreams, do you think I've gone mad? That would undoubtedly frighten her. You assume you're in no danger because of those scars, but you need to understand, there are people out there who only care if you're a girl. Nothing else matters to them. There's no such thing as too careful. You have a point, I suppose. I admit I was acting a bit rash and without concern for myself. I'll be a little more careful. If you could, that would put my mind at ease. But now you should really go to bed. If you get thirsty during the night, help yourself to anything in the fridge. One last thing. You don't have to worry about any unwanted contact, I give you my word. I won't touch you without permission. Thank you. Well, good night. Good night. Say. Yes. I thought you wanted me to go to bed. Well, yeah, just, I won't do anything to hurt you, okay? You really are a bizarre man. I'm not concerned about you doing anything anymore. I can't put it into words, but you seem different from other men. Well, yeah, I'm glad to hear it. Sleep well. It's like we've met. If you get thirsty, I'm on the couch. Oh my god, I need to drink some water. Miguel gave a little nod and then trotted off into the bedroom and out of sight. What on earth possessed me to say that? Obviously, I wasn't going to do anything to her. But I still felt deep down that I had to tell her.
Stay hydrated, everyone.
This is a rearrangement of the song that played through the prequel. What's that?
Please drink some.
I'm drinking a shit ton. God, my throat is so dry. Although I chickened out and not said it the right way, I won't do anything to hurt you ever again.
You've not had water in 3 days? God damn.
I was standing in a large room. It was more space than I knew what to do with, even with a huge bed sitting at the far wall. Like the rest of the house, the room smelled of cigarettes. Normally I couldn't stand the smell, but it didn't bother me as much here, for whatever reason. I'd never stayed at anyone's house before. It wasn't like I'd been planning to change that any time soon, despite the man's accusation. Then I just casually followed him home. I wanted to send him away when he told me to come with him. I wasn't stupid. You'd have to be crazy to follow a complete stranger, and an older man at that home. Why'd I come with him? I couldn't explain it myself. Was it just me not caring about my own well-being? Was there nothing more? Something told me that wasn't the case. Something else had pushed me to agreeing. It didn't make any sense. He was an angry, mean, bitter man. There was nothing at all likable about him. At most, he did seem like he would always be honest with me. Finally able to relax, I realized I was incredibly tired.
I barely even had the energy left to think. It was probably time to sleep. It smells so nice.
Not like a gross park bench.
No.
But you choose what we're doing today, alright?
Oh. You want me to sing? I don't mind. What are you laughing about? You didn't think I would agree. Okay, fine. I won't sing. Puppy dog eyes won't change my mind either. That's that. I'm not going to sing. Alone, that is. Yes, you're singing with me. Go find someone who has a lute and ask to borrow it. You won't get a say in the matter. You did ask to borrow that, right? And got permission. None of the shenanigans you pulled at the festival. We need to remain on good terms with everyone if we're going to live here. Well, good. I'm glad you can manage that much. At some point, if we're going to do this again, you should purchase your own so you don't have to borrow one. It would certainly make things simpler, wouldn't it? Next time a merchant is in town, if they're selling a lute, buy it. Doesn't have to be anything fancy, as long as it has strings capable of making music. That's adequate. If it's out of tune, you can tune it. You can at least manage that, can't you? That night, I had a strange dream. Fields of wheat, a lute, our homeland. I'd never seen a field like that before, at least not outside of photos. That said, it felt as though it had been forever since I'd slept soundly enough to dream.
That chair looks comfy? Yeah. I'm a huge fan of overstuffed couches.
I almost wanted to go back to sleep even though it was already morning. Maybe I would be able to see more of that dream if I did.
Oh, I feel that.
It was bizarre. Something felt familiar about the field, though I was positive I'd never been there in my life. It was an incredibly warm, happy dream, but somehow also deeply sad. And who was that in a dream with me?
It does not look comfy, it looks annoying. I like it because I like sitting on couches in a weird way. I like sitting sideways where like my legs are going off of the armrest. So that couch is like perfect for me. Exactly, right? I got undressed, washed my teeth. Washed my face, brushed my teeth, made breakfast. It was about time to head out to work. I'd assumed she would have been up by now, but the girl has yet to emerge from my room. Why the hell am I waiting for her when leaving a note would more than suffice? Well, no, it would be fine for me, but less so for her waking up all alone in a stranger's house. Can't just go into the room and check on her either. What if she's there changing? Shape of it's fine, but it looks like the stuffing is just garbo.
No, it's like one of those couches that are like really fluffy, but are also very firm. Also, feather-filled pillows are really soft.
I remember. I feel like all the pillows I've had lately have been either memory foam or like those mimicry ones. Ones I'm using now are really good though, surprisingly. Huge fan. They're real uncomfortable? Are they? I thought they were really good. Or are those goose feathers? I don't know.
Why am I wasting my time worrying about this at all? This is my apartment and she's in my room. I have every right to go in there. If she has a problem with it, well, it's her fault for sleeping so damn long. Alright, time to drag her ass out of bed.
You could just like go smashing pots outside and be like, hey, I'm coming in.
Hey, it's me, I'm coming in, but not for any uncouth reasons, you hear me? It's just breakfast is gonna get cold and gross if,
What are you doing standing in front of my door?
Christ, give me a little warning, child. What are you, a ghost? Didn't make a damn peep.
Perhaps you need your eyes checked. As you can see, I have two very real legs.
I like how her animations for her face are very similar to the old ones. The tactile sense is going up, so you know that corner couch is not comfy. Memory foam pillows in mine. Cool pad to replicate if you turn over the pillow for the cool side. Oh. I don't like memory foam pillows because they get hard and uncomfortable after a while. Or maybe I'm just used to like, because I had a memory foam mattress once and it was really annoying. Like it was great at first, but then it got like, every time I like laid into it, it got really like, and now there's an indentation of where I slept every day. Like, god damn it. And I feel that for the pillows. I don't know, you're getting them? Well, I got like an orthopedic one for my, like a pillow one, like an actual pillow. And it was great at first, but then it just got like uncomfortable.
That you do, yes, well, Anywho, I thought you would be more of an early riser.
She had like a week's worth of sleep to get back.
I'm not trying to get on your case or anything. Just glad you seem to have slept well. Was the bed comfortable?
It was strange.
Strange? In what sense?
It smelled like a wet dog.
What? Hold on. I know I washed those sheets. I tried to imply that I stink.
Consider it payback for last night.
Damn.
That really got under her skin, huh? I do think I spotted a smile on her just now, though. Maybe I'm imagining it, but she seems a bit more affable than last night.
May I ask why you're staring at me?
No reason. Breakfast is ready, and I have to head to work soon.
But it's Saturday. Are you bad at your job?
No, stupid. The opposite. I have to do 3 times as much work as everyone else because they're all incompetent.
Is that so? At school, you have to do extra work if you do poorly. I assumed you were the incompetent one.
I see that mouth of yours doesn't need any time to warm up in the morning. Now I have to be going. You can, do whatever you want. You're free to leave if you wish, or stay here.
I assumed you were going to chase me out.
She went a week without a shower. She could have not known how she'd smell. Well, yeah, I that's kind of the point, right? That she's so used to smelling bad that she's just like, because your nose, it automatically gets used to it. Because, here's a fun fact. If you get a really strong smell, like if you smell something really strong and pungent, there can be like a really bad smell, or even a really good smell, but it's very strong. The senses or the receptors in your nose just die. But they're constantly like, they regrow constantly because they die so quickly. That's why you grow so used to smell, I guess. Like really bad smell that's around you a lot. That's probably what happened to her. That's why he was like, what the shit? It smells like a garbage dump. But for her, it's like, whatever. I guess that's how people can survive with like, garbage-related jobs, because, goddamn, even being, like, in a general vicinity of a garbage truck, I can't. It's terrible.
And deal with you lurking around the park again. No, thank you.
So I'm supposed to say, have a nice day now or something.
I mean, you could if you wanted to. I'm not gonna make you do anything, though.
Well, in that case, I'll send you off with a little something. Never come back.
Damn. With a touch of burn in hell.
You little... What the hell's your problem?
I get the whole apartment to myself if you don't come back. Hee hee.
Where do you find room for all that cheek in such a tiny body? I swear you somehow got even worse than last night.
Is she commandeering the apartment? Yes, yes she is. She's stealing it.
Christ almighty, I'm gonna go to work.
Farewell.
Still have to pay the bills. No!
It was a bright sunny morning, not a trace of bleak rain from the night before. I hadn't paid much mind to the outside in recent months. It was almost shockingly nice out today. A slight dewy morning breeze tickled my cheeks. The leaves on the trees along the road were so intensely green, they seem otherworldly. Ugh, it's disgusting. It's so nice out today. Going straight to the office would make this into just another day. So I took a seat on the set of stairs on the way to the bus stop and had a smoke. Watching the silver strands dance up into the blue sky, my mind once again drifted to the girl. I'd said she could stay if she wanted, but how long could I really keep her in my care? I wanted to do what was best for her. There were organizations much better equipped to deal with her situation than a single man. I shouldn't be letting her get comfortable. When I took her in, I assumed her reason for running away was something trivial, like a spat with her parents. Considering how utterly clueless she seemed about even the simplest things last night, I was beginning to suspect her situation was more complicated than I'd first imagined. Was hers a broken home? Was there something even worse going on? Unless I wanted to risk making things worse. I couldn't offer her any advice without any more information. The smart thing to do was to sit back and see how things played out. It probably wouldn't be fun for me either. If her parents found out about this, I could very well end up in jail. Which meant it really wasn't all that smart after all, huh? I had to wonder, would I be doing the same for anyone, not just her? Probably not, no. Couldn't say why, but I suspected the only reason I was bothered at all was because of who she was. I wanted to do what I could to help her. It made no sense either. I couldn't make a damn cent off helping her. She was just an obnoxious child, not even fit for work. You know, I never did get her name, did I?
Yeah, that's right.
Flipping out a thought, I realized I was at the end of my third cigarette. So much for smoke. The sky was still immensely clear, the air sweet and fresh, the morning beautiful. This all suddenly feels like a giant waste of time. Is work really so important that I have to drag myself out on a day this nice? Screw it, I'm taking the day off.
Whoa!
I turned around, made my way back home, and found the girl in the living room, evidently startled by the sound of the door opening. She'd hidden herself behind a column and was peeking out at me.
He's such a rebel! You should call in and do stuff? No, but he, like, basically runs the place.
He's rich, he can just, like, I don't know,
buy the day.
No, she hid herself behind a column and was peeking out at me.
Yeah, let them burn down. Pfft. They're the ones that don't do any work.
She looked so much like a cat in high lit, I couldn't hold back a chuckle.
Morgana is a cat confirmed.
Seeing it was me at the door, the girl stepped out of the shadows and gave me a fierce glare.
Is your job something you can complete in less than an hour?
I'm so damn good I can finish a full day's work in only 30 minutes. Jokes aside, I decided not to go in today.
And you can just decide not to go in on a whim like that?
Huh. I'm merely gonna go back to normal work, week after sacrificing weekends. But for the pay and advancement opportunities. Of course, now it's just assumed I'll always be there, which means it's gonna be hell when I do go back in.
Oh. The Adventures of Catgirl and E-Boy! Yay!
And what are you planning to do with this extra time you now have?
Well, I don't know. You wanna go for a walk?
Together?
You don't get the wrong idea. Did not take a day off because I was worried about you. I just felt like it would be a waste to go in to work on such a nice day.
Yeah, use the PlayStation that you own, but have never once mentioned. Not that Morgana would probably know how to use it, but still. I bet he just bought it to play Blu-rays. That just seems like something he'd do.
I'm only inviting you because you happen to be here on the day I happen to take a day off. I'll be going shopping while I'm out as well.
He watched so much porn up in HD. Oh man, I need to play Persona 5. Stop reminding me. Why is everything reminding me of that?
It's not good for you to stay holed up inside all day. It's important to get a little sun sometimes. Especially you, because you look like a damn ghost.
Morgana, meet Morgana, the cat! AKA you!
Did you get out at all?
I got enough sun for a lifetime while I was staying in the park. I'm naturally pale. That's all there is to it. If you want to go for a walk, by all means, go for a walk.
Can't say I didn't expect that. Alright then, I'll be back in a bit.
I never said I wouldn't come with you.
Huh? You say something.
I said you were free to go, but I never said it had to be alone. You said you were going shopping, right? I'll help carry the bags.
It's not like I want to go or anything. Looking cool, Joker. Time for bed, Joker. Sacrifice your firstborn, Joker. Burn in hell, Joker.
Why are you giving me that look?
Oh, no reason. Just admiring how hard you're trying to avoid saying you want to go. You'll help carry the bags, will you? How fascinating.
Oh, please. You're the one who to talk about trying too hard. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm merely helping as thanks for yesterday. I have absolutely no interest in going on a walk with you.
Chocobo? Yoker? Jacko?
Yeah, you're not interested, I hear you. Let's get going then, shall we?
I should have just let you go alone.
Jacko, no wait. Rippin' in strive.
I couldn't remember the last time I'd walked with someone for something other than work. My natural walking speed was a good deal faster than hers, so if I wasn't careful, I was likely to end up leaving her behind.
Gotta step up in the rat race.
I had to make an effort to reduce my pace to match hers, which turned out to be much more difficult than I would have imagined. Curiously, it wasn't an aggravating kind of difficulty. It was an entirely new experience, kind of enjoyable for it. Christ, my whole world seemed to be flipped on its head. You know, I never did get a chance to ask. Did you live in Paris too?
No, a little south of here.
Yeah, that narrows it down. Whatever, not gonna pry. Take it you're not terribly familiar with Paris then. In which case I could show you around some while we walk. Despite her insistence she was only going to help with my shopping, the girl made no objections to the detour. First, I took her to the Champs-Élysées, one of the 12 avenues that meet the Arc de Triomphe. Maybe the most recognizable monument in all of Paris. I've actually never seen that, and I feel terrible because I completely forgot about it.
Like, oh, the Notre Dame. Oh, the Eiffel Tower. The Arc de Triomphe? Nope. Just not even part of it.
The Arc, constructed in the neoclassical style, sits in the center of the Place Charles de Gaulle, formerly known as the Place de l'Etoile. As we approached the Arc, its full proper name, Arc de Triomphe de l'Etoile, I decided to tell her a bit about its history.
You thought that was in England? No. What part of Arc de Triomphe sounds English?
Yes. Big Ben, the London Eye, Arc de Triomphe.
Very, very, English.
The monument was commissioned by Napoleon to commemorate his own victory in the Battle of Austerlitz, which took place not far from a town now known as Slavkov-Brna in the Czech Republic. However, its construction was a rather troubled process, and he did not end up living long enough to see it completed. After a few minutes, I realized I was just rattling off unimportant trivia and probably boring the girl to death. Much to my surprise, she was listening quite intently.
Oh, so there's no language barrier? I guess. I do need to see a couple of cathedrals over here.
She seemed against all odds to actually have been enjoying our sudden sightseeing tour. When I asked her if she wanted to climb the Arc, she gave me a disapproving glare and muttered, "I prefer quiet places." That made things quite difficult, as Paris was always teeming with tourists. Our options were to either head somewhere in the outskirts of the city, or find a small park tucked away somewhere tourists were unlikely to stumble on. That was my life. Maybe that was why she had chosen the park to stay in. Instead of going anywhere in particular, we just wandered around the city a bit, stopping by to look at a few of the churches we passed. Except for English and American English, that can be a barrier that's very hard to cross sometimes. Jesus, you don't look at all, do you, child? Never in my life have I seen a girl look so goddamn forlorn while sightseeing in Paris. Oh, you don't talk at all. Blimey. If you want a conversation partner, find someone else to invite on your walks. Besides, it's not like you say anything of value either. You're just griping all the time. That was not a gripe, it was casual observation. Ah yes, very casual indeed. Where are we going next? Is there anything you want to see? I might be willing to consider it if you ask nicely. There you go again, always so insufferably haughty. I don't even know what there is to see, honestly. As long as it's someplace quiet, I don't care where we go.
Oh, Australian English versus British English? I can't even communicate with Cyber for that reason.
You keep saying that, but I don't think there is such a thing as a quiet tourist attraction. Even historical monuments are usually swarmed with dumb teens making stupid faces into their phone cameras.
Looks at Mel and Nelly.
You act like that's the only option, but I never said I wanted to go sightseeing.
Come at me, you tosser.
Well, that's not really Australian. What do you want to do? Doesn't have to be anything specific, just give me something to work with.
Nothing really. This whole thing has just been dragging me around the city. You decide what you want to do.
And for God's sake, you could try showing a little appreciation. I'm doing all this for you, you realize. Here I am, using my day off to show you around, and you look like you're at a goddamn funeral. Maybe act like you're enjoying it for 1 minute.
Why should I have to act like I'm enjoying myself when I never once asked you to drag me out to a bunch of tourist traps? That was all you.
Yeah, you're right. It was all me. I dragged you out here with no consideration for you. I'm very sorry. There, you happy? Christ, don't give me that look. I didn't take you out to get mad at you. I just want to do something that might be fun. Never mind. Forget it. Forget I said anything. Yeesh. Let's call it a day and head home already. God, I don't know what got into me. I'd never do this normally.
No, now she feels bad.
What? You have something you want to say? Go right ahead. Bitch me out as much as you want.
Oh no, not at all. I'm just, well...
She hungers! Time to go to the cafe that they opened up. Ah.
Huh. I didn't expect your stomach to finish your sentence for you.
Come on, don't laugh. I didn't do it on purpose. And normally I'm more careful about...
Yeah, I hear you. You wouldn't let yourself go so long without eating. I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was already midday. Of course you're not going to be able to come up with somewhere you want to go on an empty stomach. Just give me a minute, I'll get us a reservation at a nice Italian restaurant.
Please, it doesn't have to be anything fancy like that, really.
No, he just cannot eat anywhere that isn't Italian.
An Italian restaurant's no fancier than anywhere else I could take you. Are you worried about how much it'll cost? You're a kid, leave the money to concerns the adults.
I am not a kid. I'll have you know I'm actually 40.
Right, you're in your 20s. How quickly I forget. As an adult woman, you should know it's your place to let the man pay for your meal. You hear me?
Weren't you just saying we were going to head back home, though?
That was a plan until your stomach objected. If you're that hungry, we should go eat now rather than wait for you to starve in the time it takes to go shopping. Get home and make something.
I'm not going to starve. Fine. Alright, I'll go wherever. Can't decide what to do, can't decide how to act. You're rather indecisive, aren't you? Can we please go somewhere small at least? I really don't do well in places with lots of people.
Is that so? You certainly are a strange child. I don't mind either way. What are our options for smaller establishments even? Wait.
Sells catgirl food nearby. Oh no, it's a cheap restaurant.
Right as I was about to say we wouldn't find something without a bit of looking, I caught sight of a sign in a little alleyway. It was a cafe so far out of the way as to be nigh unnoticeable. Perhaps they simply couldn't secure a better location. Paris was a war ground after all.
It's fate.
It was going to be near impossible for them to draw in customers, and for that reason, exactly the kind of place the girl was looking for.
You heard this game gets dark. I think we're past dark at this point, and now we're just bathing or kind of basking in the niceness, kind of. It goes nicer now at least, but you never know when it can turn, really. Like, we just went over the murder dude and the girl. That's just like, it's fine, cool. So we're past that section, now we're in the nicer section.
On the sign outside the cafe was a handwritten lunch menu. Nothing about it drew the eye at all, and wondered if they even wanted to attract customers. Through the window, I could see a single waitress sitting with her elbow on the counter and her chin resting in the hand.
Maria!
Lighting was poor and the decor several decades outdated. Not in the classy vintage way, but poor anachronistic taste. Above all, it was barren, at lunch on a weekend, when it should be at its busiest. Frankly, on my own I would never have given the place a second look. Clearly something must have been wrong with it for no one to be there. Perhaps the food was dreadful in addition to the poor aesthetic sense. Maybe the coffee was undrinkable sludge. I was getting ready to turn around and look for somewhere else when...
Let's eat here. It's quiet and there's no one around.
And then she marched straight into the cafe, paying me no heed.
Afternoon.
The waitress sounded like she would rather be anywhere but here, hardly an attitude befitting someone of the food service industry. There's still time to turn back. Find a place that serves food suitable for human consumption.
The hell, man? Customer or not, you can't just walk in and trash the place like... Wait, holy shit! You're the dick from yesterday!
The waitress stepped out from behind the counter, slack-jawed. I imagined I was making a similarly ridiculous face. It was a woman I'd shared drinks with last night. I never would have imagined this was where you worked.
Talk about one hell of a coincidence. I thought we'd cross paths again. I didn't think it'd be this soon. Oh wait, didn't you say you had work today? Oh, you got shit-canned. Poor thing.
I did not. I simply took the day off. I'm not some incompetent, replaceable drone. They can't just shit-can me like anyone else.
The kind of dude who thinks he's irreplaceable is always the most replaceable. Watch your back. You never know when they could be coming for you.
This damn woman. Maria let out a little cackle, then turned her gaze towards the girl. Her eyes were slightly wider than usual, evidently surprised I knew the woman.
Who's she? You don't look like siblings. Cousins? Niece, maybe?
We're not exactly family, but...
We first met 2 days ago. Then yesterday he took me home with him.
You little... Are you trying to make me sound like... And now Maria's looking at me like I'm human garbage.
The love triangle. I don't think Maria's into him at all.
Ahem! Officer, this man kidnapped a little girl.
God damn it, stop yelling, you imbecile. And that's how I ended up temporarily taking her into my custody. I'm neither a kidnapper nor a pedophile, understood? Huh. I get the gist, even if I don't quite follow your reasoning. I'd had the girl sit at a table by the window, then brought Maria to the back of the cafe and explained how I ended up in the situation.
Why would there be anyone nearby this cafe? No one to hear you screaming. This is the best place for Yukimasa to bring his victims.
While still visibly skeptical. She didn't look like she was gonna call the police as soon as I turned my back anymore. I now knew what it felt like to have my life be hanging by a thread. Christ, what did I do to deserve this? She's a runaway, though. Shouldn't you have just called the police and let them deal with her? Actually, you know what? Forget that.
I'm sure you went down the path plenty on your own. Just try and get out of before things get any hairier for you.
Coco might be... Wait a minute!
That's the idea. In a few days, I'll either make her go back home or hand her off to the authorities.
Good plan. You're not stupid, I don't think. Figures you'd have something like that worked out. Look at them be best friends! Ah!
Assuming it does work out, that is. I don't seem to be quite myself when it comes to the girl. I would never do any of this under any other circumstance. That said, do be nice to the girl while you've got her around. She didn't run away because her life was great. Are you implying I'm treating her unkindly?
I'd be surprised if that wasn't the case.
I mean, you're short-fused and get bitchy and start yelling about the most trivial things.
What? That's crazy. Not Jacopo. He would never.
Don't try and act like you know me. Exactly right, though. I'm aware of how bad about that I can be. Be nice to the girl. Hey, have we had this conversation before? What? It's the first time we spoke was yesterday. Of course we haven't. Yeah, right. You're right. Sorry.
Alright, well, you get back out there. Can't keep the princess waiting too long.
Christ, princess. He's anything but.
Were you able to sort things out with her?
With some difficulty, yes. I'd rather you didn't deliberately invite misunderstanding like that.
What's a misunderstand? Every word of it was the truth.
Context, girl, context. What if she had called the police on me?
Well, that would be quite unfortunate for you.
I swear to God, child. After everything I've done for you, you can't even scrounge together a scrap of consideration or gratitude. I was just warned about being nice to her. It hasn't even been 5 minutes and I've already snapped. God damn it, Yaki. More like yucky. Anyway, what do you want to eat? You can ask for anything at all. Whatever you want.
Oh, then how about a sandwich? A ham sandwich?
You don't want anything more? Some cake? A drink? Throw in as much as you want, seriously.
What? Okay, now you're creeping me out. Why the sudden friendly act? What are you scheming?
I'm not scheming anything. This is why I don't try to be nice.
Man, for an Italian, sure are worthless when it comes to women. You sure you actually got the right race there?
Positive, damn it. Whatever. I don't expect anything good out of this hole in the wall. Just bring a few plates of whatever the hell you feel like.
That really how you want to talk about the girl who's gonna be making your food?
Prove me wrong. A restaurant that has food worth its salt also goes to the effort for looking the part. That's just how it is. Now look at this place. Furnishings don't match. There's no consistency, not even a shred of aesthetic sense. Oh shit. Not attracting customers means no revenue. No revenue means no money with which to purchase quality ingredients. A straight path to failure.
Oh, shut up already! I'm tired of all your bitching. There's nothing I can do about it, okay?
The owner's this old fart who refuses to replace anything because it all has
Sentimental value to him. I'm not the one who decorated.
I see. The cafe's just an elderly man's pastime. That explains it. To some degree, at least. I'm surprised you would choose to work at a place like this, though. He is right.
Hey, he pays me and treats me well. Place may look like crap, but it's a living. Only real issues are I might die of boredom. And the place could shut down on me any day. Not cause we're not getting customers, but the owner's getting up there in age, so... enough about me. As you requested, I'll get you a plate of whatever and prepare something absolutely exquisite for the girl. Back in a few.
That's called discrimination, you do realize.
You're quite close. Have you two known each other for very long?
Nope. Didn't know she existed till yesterday. Says I bumped into her once before, but I don't remember.
Yaki, buy the cafe! Richie boy. Morgana knows how much of a besties they are. They don't need to know they don't need to be childhood friends. In fact, being childhood friends is probably what ruined all their other stuff. Anyway, I'm your pure beat. 1 sec. Ah!
Hello, hello. I'm back.
Oh, thanks, Phoenix.
Alright, let's continue. I just realized we've been going for like 6 hours. God damn. It just passes so quickly when I play this. I keep forgetting. I just want to keep playing. I'm not even tired. I'm breaking my sleep schedule. It's already 12 a.m. Well, no, it's 11 a.m. No, it's 11 p.m. It's fine. We can go longer. I'm playing them just being so cute. Let's go for a little bit longer then, until something happens. Or there's like a little break or a lull or something.
I didn't know she existed until yesterday. She says I bumped into her once before, but I don't remember it.
Huh.
Whoa, why the stink eye? You think I'm a player or something? Sure, I both drank with her and brought you home last night. Just doesn't make me look very good on its own. But yesterday was nothing but one exceptional circumstance after the other. Never hit it off with someone like that after only one day. God damn it, why am I making excuses for myself to this girl?
I was merely shocked to discover you had made a friend after only one day. I didn't realize you were capable of being social. Wha- Or making friends at all, even.
That's rich coming from you. Besides, I had plenty of friends when I was living in Italy. My social life just took a hit after moving here.
Then I'm happy for you. She seems like a nice girl.
Humph. Well, I largely agree with your assessment. You should try making friends with her too. Knowing her could come in handy, you know, if something ever comes up.
I agree. You should become best friends with Maria too. It's gonna be like old times.
Maybe because she's a girl too, but she's a lot more receptive of Maria than me. Maybe I'd have more luck getting through to her using Maria instead of having to fight her tooth and nail over everything.
Welcome back, Vivi. I just came back too.
She was basically like, how can you have friends? You're you. And he's like, how dare I make friends too?
Also, you should be friends with Maria as well. And she's like, whoa. I have water. For once, I don't have any tea. Mostly because I'm like hella thirsty today. Maybe because I'm reading.
She'd probably be willing to open up more to her as well.
What you doing? Talking about me, are you?
Ugh, don't sneak up on me like that. That was fast. Was our food ready?
Because Maria's on screen for a while.
Probably. There's just so many cuties over here and in chat. Ooh woo.
Speaking of,
I'm just bringing you your drinks.
oh, Vivi, have you seen her in her work outfit? Her old work outfit? I think you very much like that.
I'm just bringing you your drinks. Here you are. Some instant coffee. And for you, sweet little thing, I made some herbal tea with ice quality chamomile leaves we have.
I'd be a little more subtle with your favoritism.
Herbal tea with chamomile?
Honestly, gross. Make some normal tea with milk or like even like a cappuccino or hot chocolate.
Not a fan? Chamomile can be a bit of an acquired taste. Do you want me to grab you something else? No, I'll have this. I'm rather fond of it, in fact. I think, not that I've had chamomile tea before, it kind of reminds me of days long past.
Huh? Reminds you of something you never had before? I think that's called deja vu, you silly girl. Anywho, sounds good to me. I'll throw you some cookies in too, so you're not just sipping tea. We got plenty, so feel free to give me a shout if you want more. Same goes for you if you want anything else, alright? Don't worry about coming off as rude or greedy. That's what being a kid's all about. Huh. You should know the girl hates being called a kid. I hope you enjoy dealing with her death glare and insistence that she's actually an adult.
Thank you so much. I truly appreciate your generosity.
What?
What a sweet girl. I can't believe you're the same girl Jacopo was over there whining at me about. He's clearly broken in the brain.
What the hell? She's never been this well behaved when it's just me.
Alright, well, I've got some food to make. Should be out pretty quick. I'll warn you in advance, don't expect anything super fancy from a teensy cafe. She's a very cheerful and an energetic woman.
She's not energetic, she's just loud. I thought you didn't like people like her anyway.
Usually they make me uncomfortable, but hers is a pleasant energy.
Not what I'd call it. I guess I am gonna have to consider asking Maria for help after all. Hey.
Yes.
She didn't have to force herself to stay with me, she'd always put herself under Maria's care instead. It would probably be less awkward for her there too. I could even propose it to her myself if she didn't feel comfortable. I knew what I should say to her, but the words wouldn't come out. The idea of leaving her in someone else's care was repulsive to me on a deeply based level. I had no idea why. Where the hell were these feelings coming from? I barely even knew the damn girl. Why should I care so much?
Sending a bird off the nest. It has to happen someday.
Didn't matter who looked after her. In fact, she would be better off with someone else. And I felt as though if I let go of her, trusted her to someone else, we'd never be this close ever again. Wait, we would never be this close ever again? They made it sound like I wasn't caring for her because she needed it, but instead using her problems as a way to prop myself up. Some sick search for self-satisfaction.
What is it? You were going to say something and then...
No, right. I was thinking about something and lost my train of thought. Probably wasn't important anyway.
Look on your face suggested otherwise, but okay.
Forget about it, honestly. It was nothing. Now what I'd really like to talk about is you. I think it's about time you filled me in on some details. What were you doing in that park? Where do you really live? Why did you run away? Nothing at all. I'm not gonna push, but...
What's the point? What will knowing get you?
Not about getting anything. It's just I can't offer you advice or help you fix anything if I don't know what the problem is.
I didn't leave looking for advice, nor do I want you to try and fix anything.
Huh. That's about the response I expected. Okay then, I promise I'll keep my nose out of your business. Tell me about yourself.
Why? What point is there in you knowing anything about me?
Because... obviously, by getting to know you, I can get closer. Doesn't need to be any more point than that. I want to know more about you, simple as that. No, just thinking about it makes me want to throw up. Who even talks like that? With a sigh, she fell silent, and I couldn't bring myself to press any further. Instead, I was going to tell her to forget it. She didn't have to say anything if she didn't want to. When she muttered a single word almost under her breath.
Morgana.
Huh? I didn't catch that.
My name, it's Morgana. I hadn't told you yet, had I?
Oh wow, your name's Morgana, huh? That's a good strong name. Sounds Italian too, if I'm not mistaken, which makes you good and strong.
I don't know. My mother is French and I've lived in France all my life. However,
She hesitated. I urged her on with a look, and after a few moments she reluctantly continued.
my father's never been in my life, not as far back as my memories go, at least. There's a chance he may be, but I don't know.
I see. Do you ever want to meet your father?
I'm not sure. He's essentially a stranger. I have no real emotional attachment to him. In fact, never mind.
She fell silent once again, leaving the "in fact" hanging in the air. I gave her another "I see," didn't press the subject any further. We haven't heard her thoughts at all, except for that one time. I wonder if she's got the same backstory then. Because I'm just assuming it's something normal, but... What if she got, like, roped up into the hecking daughter of God shit again? I did, however, feel like I'd gotten a glimpse into where her isolation came from. Well, it's a small damn world, huh? You made fun of me for not being an Italian stereotype. You don't exactly fit the part either, do you?
Oh, be quiet. I know I don't. Why do you seem so happy about it, though?
It's not that, just realizing we may have walked the same paths, seen the same views. Feel a little sense of kinship.
I thought you didn't like Italy. You were complaining about how there's nothing there.
Huh? No, you got a good memory. It's true I don't like dealing with family stuff back home. It's a huge pain to navigate. The scenery can be quite nice. I know I said there's nothing there, but I do still fondly remember the beautiful nature on the island. Ocean as far as the eye can see. I rather like that. And there was this golden wheat field. Now I have no idea where it is anymore. Oh, wait, maybe the field was just in my dreams and not anywhere back home. Forget it. The point is, there's some gorgeous scenery there.
That sounds nice. I'd like to see it for myself someday, maybe.
And you can. It's not even a 3-hour flight from here. The only limit to where you can go these days is your imagination. Hell, I could take you there myself if you want. He's gonna show her the homeland. Is this the good end that we've been waiting for?
You would take me?
Oh, try not to overthink that. I just mean imagine your understanding of the world is very limited. Stepping out beyond your own sphere is a valuable life experience, and something I think might be good to expose you to. Did I upset her?
Oh, so you want to help me experience new things? I suppose I can look into it.
What is there to look into? That said, they're still much more receptive than she would have been yesterday. We're making progress. Doesn't even have to take 3 years. I think I even caught her smiling a little. She looks so much better with a smile on her face. I love to get a better look at one that lasts more than a split second sometime.
What are you staring at? Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face?
No, you always look so dour. I was just thinking about how it'd be nice if you smiled a little more. You wouldn't be so unpleasant to look at.
What? I can't believe you, you insensitive brute.
Teching like soon and soon. And then there's just Maria in the back like, what the shit? God. It's like these fucking soons.
Why am I so incapable of just saying what I think? A bit later, Maria returned with 2 sandwiches. The one she set in front of Morgana was at least 2 times too large for a light afternoon meal. Morgana stared at the triumphant stack of meats and cheese and vegetables, unsure what to do with it. Meanwhile, all I received was a simple panino containing nothing but a few slices of ham and cheese. I considered filing a complaint, but Morgana ended up giving me what she couldn't eat of hers. At which I stopped caring enough to feel slighted. The cafe remained empty all through lunch. On some level, it was kind of a shame, because the food wasn't bad. It also meant we could talk with Maria, since she didn't have anyone to wait on. As a dining establishment, it was indisputably a failure. Couldn't have been a more perfect location for us. Time seemed to pass faster than it should have, as the 3 of us talked. Morgana didn't speak much, but she never once seemed bored. Sometimes even giving a little laugh at something Maria said.
Like, and then we'll just hang out. Eee. This is the best ending, I believe. Maria, Yaki, and Morgana hanging out in the modern world, nothing bad happening.
And then the next thing I realized, the sunlight shining through the window had turned orange. Never before had I spent so much time in a cafe. Usually I only stayed long enough to inhale some caffeine or calories. The very idea of relaxing seemed like a negligent misuse of time to me. But this was probably how you were supposed to patronize these sorts of establishments. So, relaxed and refreshed, we decided it was time to head home. As we got up to leave, Maria gave me a disappointed pout and said, "Come on, you don't have to go. Come back again soon, okay? I guarantee there won't be anyone else here."
Oh.
She gave us a little wave, and then we headed out. I hoped business would pick up a bit, if only because it seemed like Maria was gonna die from boredom before long. And with that, our sightseeing tour came to an end, and we went to take care of our original goal, shopping. I took Morgana to a moderately large supermarket near my apartment. She was astounded by the wide array of products sold. Apparently, she'd never been in one before, which only added to my concern about what kind of life she led. Maybe she just lived somewhere really rural. It didn't have big stores. There wasn't anything more to it. I asked Morgana what she wanted for dinner, but all she gave me was a non-committal anything. Then I asked if she had any favorite foods, to which she responded with a, "I'll eat anything." It was easier to cook for someone if they gave you something to work with. Evidently, though, she wasn't just being shy and genuinely had no wants or preferences. Add to that how thin she was and how little she seemed to eat, I began wondering if she'd ever had a proper home-cooked meal. She obviously wasn't the dieting type either. In fact, when Maria had brought her the oversized sandwich, she tried to force herself to finish it. She gave off the impression of a nun who'd lived her entire life cut off from earthly pleasures. Or perhaps a saint forbidden from indulging in worldly desires. No, don't say that! I hope that one day I might be able to hear her express some kind of desire. Eat something she wanted, food, or some activity she was interested in. When we were done at the market, we went to the bookstore to buy some movies. However, most of what they had on the shelves was at the top 10 bestsellers variety. I wasn't interested in mass market fluff myself, and would have preferred something literary or artistic or even educational like a documentary, or something indie. That he's like one of those, ugh, these blockbuster movies, ugh. And I hate that I relate to that too. I'm not a hipster, I swear. But Yaki definitely is. Yaki and Morgs are definitely hipsters. I wasn't gonna find that at a common neighborhood bookstore. Being a mass market didn't automatically make a film bad, mind you. It required great talent to write and direct something capable of resonating with so many people. Lots of careful consideration had to go into every single element of the production to ensure it was enjoyable and understandable to everyone who saw it. Okay. It wasn't something just anyone could pick up and do. Now that wasn't to say I didn't think Morgana could understand more challenging films. In fact, she seemed like the kind of person who wouldn't enjoy pop culture. I also felt like what she needed right now was some time to just turn off and enjoy some mindless entertainment.
Alright, he's not a rude hipster at least. Like, it's not for me, but I understand there's some cool shit. I put some animated films on. Oh yeah, he did like, the idea of art translated into cinemas and such. Although I remember him being like, but it's still only because of money. It's not like I like the artistic value of it. And White Hair Girl was like, oh, cool. But about this Phenicus wheel. Wait, the Phenicistoscope. I remember because I had to say it so much. Oh, good times. I wonder if she will come back. I miss her.
We watched one movie before dinner, a classic animated film, another after, a live-action comedy. Neither were things I would watch on my own. And even at the funny parts, Morgana didn't so much as smirk. After a while, I began to feel like an idiot laughing all by myself.
No! He's like, he put on heckin' Spy Kids and he was like, oh, this is lame. Then he was like, oh, this is actually really fun. But then she's just like, ugh. He's like, no, but I unironically like it. Ah!
When it was over, I asked her if she didn't like the movie, and...
No, I enjoyed it. I was impressed by the actors' selflessness and their attempts to make the audience laugh. The world is a better place thanks to their great sacrifices.
Her response was utterly baffling. Who watched movies for that?
Morgs, why?
Additionally, your commentary throughout the film about the actors' performances, the motifs used, and the director's past works was somewhat irritating, to be honest.
No! No, that's me though! No! I'm sorry, Morgs. I didn't mean to.
Well, I'm sorry, jeez. I won't talk during a movie again, you can be sure of that.
It was rather annoying, but also kind of fun to learn things I don't know. I'm ignorant about everything. I don't know what's out there, what's fun, what things which people have made and done. So teach me. You know these sorts of things, don't you? Then you can share some of that knowledge with me.
Her smile. It's too precious.
Morgana was staying at my apartment tonight as well. Once again using one of my shirts as oversized loungewear.
Why didn't you just buy her some clothes while you were out?
When I mentioned regretting not buying her clothes of her own, she said,
I don't mind the shirt, it's perfectly functional. It would be a waste of money to buy something new.
a couple sets of loungewear weren't gonna break the bank. I quickly found myself relenting.
It's her shirt now. God damn.
That I was even bothered was proof of how much of a disgrace I was.
Besides, you promised you wouldn't touch me without permission. Even if it isn't a perfect fit, I have nothing to worry about.
Christ, this girl was devilish.
Back to Dreamland? Yay! Happy thoughts, happy thoughts. Oh no. If I truly am, then I have a father somewhere. One night, I overheard my mother muttering something. At the time, I assumed it was just a dream, but if what she said was true, my father was a mere vagrant, a man whose face I never once saw, whose name I never heard. Frankly, I'm not sure. I wouldn't know what to say, even if I did. He might not even know I exist. It didn't sound like he had any interest in staying with my mother, which does not speak particularly well of his character.
It's the instrumental version of series of Fragmento.
If he had chosen to stay instead of abandoning her, she wouldn't have had to lie about having a virgin birth. Maybe we could have even been a normal family. The entire course of my life could have been different.
Why is that your first reaction? You're not going to hunt him down and give him a piece of your mind, no. Any form of violence is forbidden. Not even if it's for my sake. Too many people have been hurt already. Which isn't to say I don't understand what you meant. When you said the world would trample all over you if you didn't have the strength to fight back. As children, we were both helpless to fight back against a cruel world. I stand by what I said. No more. I once believed you to be a weak man, but I've realized I was mistaken. I know now you have more than enough strength, enough to take the lives of countless men. Some part of me always knew, but that's all the more reason. I don't want you to hurt anyone else ever again, to take any more lives. I will have no choice but to deem you utterly irredeemable if you break that promise. Understood? What? No, that doesn't mean I think you presently have redeeming qualities. Have you lost your mind? Honestly, this is not the time for silly do-you-like-me games. Don't tell me you're waiting for an answer, because you're never getting one. What? Fine, if you want to know what I think so badly. No, I don't much care for you. Damn. Oh, it's still nighttime. Maybe we can go a little bit longer then, until it's morning in the game. That dream again. Fields of wheat stretching out like an ocean. Talk about my unseen father. Hadn't almost the same thing come up this afternoon? Could it be a coincidence? In the dream, there was someone standing before me. A silhouette of a man, his face imperceptible. Whoever it was, they meant a lot to me. If only I could see them again. Okay, now we can stop. It is almost 12 a.m. That was honestly quite lovely. It's just Morg's having a nice time for once, which is so rare. We ended with a cute Morgana smile. I know we finally ended on a good note. No nightmare dreams like before, just like nice happy dreams. Although we've already seen the conclusion to that dream too. You just see all of the other shit going on in the back. With these. Alright. Wow. That was fun. It was a nice session. not tired at all, though. Holy shit. I don't know if it's just this that's kept me up, but I am seriously not tired. I'm just forcing myself to stop now just so I don't go on forever.
So, I am gonna go make tea. Yeah, it's just a nice clean pause, so it's a good place to stop. I agree. There's nice sweet music going on in the back too. I don't know how long the next day will be. Yeah, me neither. I'm assuming that the next time we play this will maybe be the last time? The reincarnation, at least. We've still got the short stories to go. That'll be nice. Hopefully. I don't want to go from, like, happy reincarnation to just, like, tragic short stories. That's gonna be so... Well, they do have a habit of ending on a bittersweet note, at the very least. You know? Even Requiem for Innocence. Although they kind of trash that happy note with Maria being just, I'm coming too, guys. It's such a great time. No, Maria, you're living a great life now. Oof. You just made myself sad there. But yeah. See you later, Flint. I'm gonna go work on some stuff, maybe, and then go to sleep.
And now she has a cute cafe.
Exactly. Well, not yet, but in the future, she will. She's gonna work with Giselle! Although Giselle still hasn't forgiven her for the whole calling her a witch thing. Creepy. How dare. Never call Giselle creepy. Giselle's adorable and the best. Yeah. Alright.
See you later.
And goodbye, everyone. I don't know who else to share with you, but bye. And take care.